those who are tuned in, a very good morning. Thank you for participating in the first Industry Workshop 2020, organised by the Singapore University of Technology and Design, or SUTD. I'm Julian, your host for today. SUTD was established in 2009 to advance knowledge and nurture technically grounded leaders and innovators to serve societal needs. As an institute of higher learning, SUTD is a vital stakeholder in advancing scientific knowledge and conducting cutting-edge research and development to design tomorrow's technology today. The first industry workshop started in 2016 to foster collaborative research by developing and deepening industry-academia ties. Since then, the first industry workshop is held annually to further expand industry partnerships. It also serves as a platform to showcase industry capabilities, industry-relevant applications, and to reinforce SUTD's role as a vital anchor within a vibrant ecosystem of partnerships between academia, industry, and government. For those who have been supporting us since we started, we're glad to have you back. For those who are new to the first industry workshop, I welcome you to this experience. Before we proceed with the event, let us take a look at the 2019 edition of the first industry workshop.
Welcome to SUTD First Industry Workshop 2019. We will never be able to be successful again if everything remains status quo. And that's the reason why we need to change. Of course, when we make changes, there will be a lot of resistance at the bottom. FIRST is a beautiful acronym, and it stands for Fostering Industrial Research Success Together. It is an event for the industry. Today, it is not just an event for the industry, but also we want to work with the industry to achieve success.
But Singapore is living proof, actually, that we've moved beyond and that we're in a new age of collaborative innovation efficiencies.
We will bear witness to an MOU signing between SUTD and M1 to embark on joint research and innovation activities within the domains of 5G technology. We are privileged to witness another MOU signing between SUTD and the Singapore Semiconductor Industry Association, or SSIA, to embark on joint research and innovation activities involving artificial intelligence in IC design.
Technology is for everyone, so it's important that both sides of humanity are well represented.
It's about trying to get our local SMEs to pick up Industry 4.0 to truly transform our local manufacturing base.
This event actually gave me a lot of opportunities and insight such that it allows me to be prepared for the industry.
It's a good initiative that's organised by SUTD to bring together all the companies.
We had a lot of chances to meet up with our students as well as industry partners.
It's very beneficial that a lot of institutes of higher learning, research center arm, from A-Star and the industries company coming together to listen and share their knowledge and opinions and know-how about the new emerging technology in the industry.
It was very exciting to be able to present about innovation and about SMART and about how we could collaborate with SUTD in the future.
Considering the global pandemic this year, we have decided to go virtual for the entirety of this event. In doing so, we've enabled this platform to reach out to a wider audience. It is a bold step for us as many of you, our participants, are used to physical interactions to forge their network between industry and academic partners. Regardless of our platform, it is our hope that our event will ignite that collaborative spark in you. We are fortunate to have the support of a great panel of sponsors without whom this event would not have been possible. On behalf of SUTD, I'd like to thank them for their generous and continued support. We would also like to share that you can request for a meeting with our sponsors at the comfort of your desk. Simply click on the Sponsors tab in our webinar menu to find out more about them and request for a meeting. We have an exciting lineup, so let me quickly take you through today's program. To start off our program and deliver the opening address, I'd like to introduce you to the Associate Provost for Research and International Relations, SUTD, Professor Yeo Kiat Singh. Over to you, Prof. Yeo.
A very good morning to everyone and welcome to SUTD First Industry Workshop 2020. I'm Yeo Kiat Singh, Associate Provost at the Singapore University of Technology and Design. So now let me pull out my presentation slides. COVID-19 has spread rapidly around the world, affecting not only our health security, but also causing significant social and economic damage. I applaud Singapore government for quickly rolling out 4 budgets of 92.9 billion in 4 months to save jobs, to help businesses, and to support families. I call it the SURF budget. One word that is easy to remember. SURF is a powerful acronym. The letter S stands for solidarity, U for unity, R for resilience, and F for fortitude. Each budget has its own scope and purpose. The word SURF originally means to stand on a surfboard and ride on a wave towards the shore. This is in fact the situation our nation is currently facing. We are experiencing and riding on the waves of a global economic uncertainty, but the SURF budget will steer us safely towards a stronger economy. The post-COVID-19 world will be quite different from the past. International relations, social structures, and trade patterns will change. Needless to say, these concerns present huge challenges to Singapore. Therefore, at SUTD, we prepare future-ready graduates who can thrive, compete, and contribute in a much more volatile and uncertain future. Most of the jobs in Singapore today are PMAC, professionals, managers, executives, and technicians. But they are just temporary jobs. So why do I call them temporary jobs? The answer lies in the word PMAC when you read it from right to left. So what is this word? Well, it is temp, T-E-M-P. Temp is the short form for temporary. In other words, they are just temporary jobs when we fast forward into the future. The fourth industry revolution is here, and the impact will be far greater than its 3 predecessors. Also, COVID-19 has accelerated the digital transformation. Failure to make this transformation could result in rapid job losses. Talking about job losses, let me now focus on EMPT, which is a short form for employment. No one is born ready for the future economy. What matters most is the desire to learn and the readiness to change. So every generation has its entirely different sets of opportunities and challenges. The shelf life of paper qualifications will be limited. We must expect to change jobs, industries, and skills in the course of our work life. Therefore, Singapore has to produce a new generation of PMAC workforce, where P stands for PhDs, M for Masters, E for EMBA or Engineering Doctorates, and T for Tertiary Education. Hopefully, our current PMAC jobs will be elevated from professionals to presidents and professors, from managers to managing directors and medical doctors, or even ministers and mayors, transforming executives into executive directors, engineers, and entrepreneurs, and finally, helping technicians to become talent and thinkers. These new PMAC jobs are generally recession-proof and are relatively unaffected by economic downturn. They are capable of addressing the world's challenges of today and tomorrow by providing solutions cutting across traditional disciplines. Singapore companies have to rethink their growth and economic strategy. During good times, natural for companies to focus on their core businesses. However, during difficult times like this, they need to also explore underserved markets or businesses that are beyond the core. Specifically, they have to look at the white space and the links and connection between the nodes. For a company to remain relevant in the long term, it must respond to these changing conditions intelligently. And white space mapping needs to be part of its overall economic strategic planning efforts. Similarly, for a nation to be successful, Singapore has to develop strong research capabilities in terms of both human capital and physical infrastructures that can cut across and contribute to many economic sectors. Given our small size, we have to be selective and focus on research areas where Singapore can make a difference, both globally and locally. For example, the combination of 5G, artificial intelligence or AI, and drone will bring change at a speed, scale, and scope unlike anything we have experienced before. It will affect the very essence of human experience. The interplay between them will create realities that were previously unthinkable and impossible. Although the advent of these technologies and disciplines will displace low-level unskilled jobs, it will create high-level skill jobs which are harder to be replaced by smart machine alone. Singapore's success is no miracle because the people understand that any gap in knowledge, income, and generation in society will prevent her from rising to the top. So we are constantly looking for new ideas and sometimes defying traditional wisdom. We keep learning through collaborating with others and adapting them to our own needs. Our success is in fact determined by our own ability to attract the best and the brightest people from the region and around the world, and our ability to nurture people of diverse skills and abilities. We must also engage and involve the teens when the country is rising to the top. The generation gap will just widen if we only want to change them without allowing them to change us. Every successful social transformation requires the teen to be included as internal agents of change. The teens of today are more educated, they have ideas, they have dreams, they have aspirations. The power of change will eternize the transformation process and make Singapore stronger and better. Similarly, rising to the top without intel, that is useful information and intelligence, will not make Singapore resilient or future ready. It is not just about having an open economy. It is also about innovation, the exchange of ideas, collaboration across borders, skills of the future, environmental policies, and social protection for those who get left behind. Therefore, we must integrate global perspectives into our economic mission and produce graduates who can work in different and across continents, countries, cities, communities, cultures, and companies. And finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the keynote, the forum panelists, the sponsors, and partners for their strong support, as well as the first organizing committee for all their time, hard work, and effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Yeo, for welcoming this year's participants. Our next speaker will be delivering the first keynote address entitled Co-Creating the Future of Power Together. He will be touching on the importance of collaboration and the possibilities that partnerships can bring. He is responsible for regional strategy, external relations, and governance of operations across the company's key businesses, civil aerospace, defense, and power systems. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you our first keynote speaker, President for Southeast Asia and South Korea, Rolls-Royce, Dr. Biki Bangu.
Hello, my name is Biki Bangu. I'm the Regional President for Rolls-Royce covering Southeast Asia, Pacific, and South Korea. I'm delighted to be here today, and I'm just going to pull up my presentation so I can continue this presentation. Bear with me. Co-creating the future. At Rolls-Royce, we're pioneering the power that matters. We're delivering complex power systems and solutions. And I just want us to take a step back, because when we talk about innovation, when we talk about ideas, it comes from creativity. And let me take you down a memory lane, because this is really quite personal to myself. And growing up, there were gadgets that were available, but they're only an imagination. There were glasses that you could talk through. There were video conferences, there were self-driverless cars, there were smart watches, there was digital dashboards, biometric access to doors. All of that 30 years ago was only an imagination. And today, these are some of the technologies that we just take for granted with everything that we do today. And that is the journey we're on today. The pace of technology progression is actually much far greater today than it was in the journey that we've experienced over the last 30 years. And the co-creating the future at Rolls-Royce is really about bringing partnership, collaborations, ideas without geographical boundaries in place together in one place. And that's what we have been doing for the last 20, 30 years ourselves. And that's something, a model that's been very tried and tested for us and working very well for us. But let me really share what our future vision looks like. And then from there, the steps that we're taking and perhaps some of the other organizations are taking as well to get there. Our vision is for a sustainable future: clean, safe, affordable, efficient power. Power for land, power for sea, power for air. And this is a vision that is really important for us. This is the direction, this is our North Star that we're heading towards. Complex power systems and solutions that marry the sustainability agenda at the heart of everything that we do. Important also to look at the businesses that we serve. And there's three businesses. The defense part of the business is delivering performance for our engines, for our complex and acrobatic aircraft, or for naval vessels, or for submarines. The power systems is the reciprocating engines that deploys much of the technologies for microgrids, for example. And I'll talk about some of the other technologies that we're looking in locomotives, which is a huge journey in terms of how we deliver safe and efficient power for land-based systems. And then there's the civil aerospace, the part of our business that is largest, and quite frankly, also the part of the business that has been quite vulnerable with the COVID-19 as you can see with the airlines and the impact that has had on the global travel. But yet we continue to serve our customers. Logistics plays an important part, business jets plays an important part, and our passengers will travel again. So whilst it's a challenge that we're facing in terms of the number of flying hours, it is also an opportunity for us to really start accelerating some of the initiatives and ideas that we have behind the engines and the future engines that will deliver that clean, safe, reliable, and efficient power. And I'll touch on some of those initiatives as we go on through this presentation. And the heart of that is ideas, it is innovation, it is co-creation with our partners. We are committed to our future, our industries, our businesses, and governments. And this is really important to understand the relationship that exists, because we are here to serve the long-term markets. Our assets that we take, the partnership that we take are very, very long-term. And government, industries, academia, and research institutes all have a really important to play in this vital ecosystem to accelerate the pace of technology and accelerate the pace of technology adoptions into the society and into the products and services that we serve. And that is a commitment that we're leading in all the vital sectors, that we will be net zero emissions by 2050. It is a really bold challenge that we've set ourselves, and rightly so. Net zero emissions by 2050. I just want us to really sort of just take a time to really let that hit home. We have engines that fly. We have engines that serve the naval vessels. We have engines that serve the land-based systems. Net zero carbon emissions. And that is a bold journey that we're embarking on at the moment. So the challenge today is that against that journey and against that sort of bold statement that we've laid out, is that technology and partnership will play a fundamental part in transition towards a low carbon global economy. And we've pursued this agenda for ourselves, but it is not just in our products and services, it is also in our operations. Our products are very much focused on reducing the specific fuel consumption, the emissions, the noise. And I'll show you a chart shortly that shows the trajectory and the journey we've been on over the last 30 years. Our technologies that we're developing are all focused towards net low carbon or new low carbon technologies and capabilities for land-based systems, for air, and for our sea vessels. And then it is not just about the products and services that we are engaged in. It is how we do them, how we make them. But the facility that you see behind me is the state-of-the-art facility that we have in Singapore that assembles the engines for civil large engines, for the powers the 787 Dreamliner and the A330neo. And our facilities also have a carbon footprint associated with it. And we're committed that by 2030, the facility that you see behind me will be net carbon zero by 2030. So our operations and how we do those activities, our supply chain and how they're engaged on this journey becomes hugely, hugely important. And that's our low carbon approach that we're taking for products, for technology, for our operations. This is a chart that I was referring to when I talked about the journey that we've been on improving the efficiency at every generation. And this is the journey that our Trent engines that we've been embarking on since the early 90s. But when you look at the datum of the Trent 800 engines, what you see on the y-axis is our Trent family of engines and how specific fuel consumption has reduced as a percentage on every new product that we brought out. And you can see the journey that we've gone. The Trent XWB is the most efficient engine that we have flying today. It is 15% better in fuel consumption than our first Trent family of engines, the Trent 800. And our journey doesn't stop there. As we progress in time, the technology investments, the partnerships that we've made is taking us through a new journey, a whole revolution, sort of the core design of the engines, which we call the UltraFan. And the journey through advanced with composite fan blades, high power density gearbox will give us another 10% fuel efficiency savings on top of the incredible 15% that we've achieved through the Trent XWB. So 25% improvements in fuel consumptions to where we were just a couple of decades ago. And this is not just fuel consumptions, it's reduction in emissions, it's reduction in noise. All these three levers are really hard to achieve together. And the only way we get there is through technology and collaboration and really investing in that long-term partnership. And then our journey beyond the UltraFan will also start to materialize. And this is our electrification journey. And I want to touch a little bit more on that and how the mechanical and the electrical world will live much, much closer together. We will see a fusion between the mechanical and the electrical as we go into the electrification. And we will see more and more electrical architectures, intelligent, complex architectures by intelligent and delivering much more clean, safe, efficient, and reliable power. And in that journey, we mustn't forget the role that data plays. That data and digitizations is really bringing together products, services, and digital. And we have a very sort of focused journey on what we call the intelligent engine. The intelligent engine is connected. Connected meaning that there's a two-way bidirectional communication between the airframe and the engine itself. So you can see actually the performance of the engine and at the same time gain new insights in real time. It is contextually aware. So the engines are much more intelligent to be aware of the surrounding environment and being able to adapt to the surrounding environment without any human intervention, because it knows they can increase the performance in a much more optimal way, saving emissions and reducing carbon footprint by being much more aware of the environment that it is operating in. And it is comprehending, meaning that it will be learning from the environment, it'll be learning from itself and its past, and it'll be learning from its peers. The airline network of engines will be connected together. So one experience and journey from one sort of 10 years of service, let's say, and another engine that is just coming into service, it can learn from what the behaviors of the other engines will be much more intelligent and much more configured for optimal use and savings for clean, safe, reliable, efficient power. And data is the trigger, data is the DNA that brings their products, services, and the digital platforms all together for us. And the data is something that is not new to us. We've been doing it for collecting data on our engines for last 20 years through the total care concept. So innovation doesn't just come through technology, it comes through innovation of business models and bringing those two together. And this is powered by the hour concept, where we've been collecting data from our engines so we can do predictive rather than reactive maintenance. So we have the right service engineer with the right part, with the right tool at the right place at the right time, because of the insights of what we've been collecting on how the engine is working, how the engine is being used. So the MRO side, the maintenance, repair, and overall side is much more optimized. This is not new. This is something that we've been doing for the last 20 years. And the intelligent engine is the next journey that we're going to place on top of this journey that we already have. So data plays an extremely important role. I touched on electrification, and as a business, we are a technology company. We are championing electrification across all our business sectors of civil, defense, and power systems. And one of the fantastic examples that we see from power systems is the introduction of the hybrid electric diesel genset, which is being demonstrated and is actually implemented. It is reducing a significant amount of footprint, and it is really focused on reducing emissions. So, but the architecture is much more complex because you have electric propulsion coupled together with your sort of conventional reciprocating engines, but the architecture gives significant savings in emissions, noise, and fuel consumption. And we're also putting the same architecture in vessels, in marine vessels, where rather than going for a hybrid, we've gone for full electric propulsion. and other demonstrations in the Europe region, which has been very, very successful for us demonstrators in Norway, that is. And then there is the microgrid. And Power Systems, part of our business, is really leading the way in intelligent microgrids, and putting together complex power system solutions together with assets so that we can deliver much more sustainable power and reliable power to where it needs to be. I want to come back to the idea of partnership and beyond geographical boundaries. And what we have in Singapore really highlights that quite significantly. And this chart here shows that by bringing together government, academia, research institutes, and really planning for long-term in not just what the industry will shape like, but what capabilities will shape like, and the skill sets that we will need in the next sort of 5 to 10 years. And that sort of coherent plan has allowed us to be engaged in multiple platforms. We've got a microgrid platform that we're engaged with in A-Star, the Internet of Things that we're looking at developing for our products and services, electrification, and our electrical labs here is playing a key role in our future products and services. We have a digital customer service here that supports the region with the data that we collect and the insights. So airline operators in the region are much better equipped on how their fleets are operating. We've got our largest R&T center here in Singapore, which I'll touch on shortly. We've got maintenance, repair, and overall capability that we're looking on what the future of that will look like in the next 5 years or so. Supply chain capabilities, assembly and test facility that you see behind me, and a fan blade manufacturing facility just across the facility from where I am. This is an ecosystem. It doesn't just happen on its own. It can't be led by industry alone. We would only achieve a fraction of that if we did. But when you bring together academia, research institutes, governments, and industry together, this is the art of the possible in a very short, thoughtful period of time that we can achieve that serves not just a company, but the industry engaged in those technologies and cross-fertilizing into other parts of businesses that are situated here in Singapore. And this does require some thought. This requires a focus on the technology and a framework for the technology. And the one way that we look at it is in looking at it from a technology readiness level or from a manufacturing insight, because operations like the one behind me are hugely important. The manufacturing capability readiness level, the MCRL or TRL. And I'm not going to go through the chart in detail, but what I want to highlight is the way we look at it is in 3 areas: the technologies, the digital, and the manufacturing that can serve our products, our services, and our operations. But what you'll notice against the scale of 1 to 9 that you see on the top is 3 particular regions. Region 1, which I would call the low TRL, the sort of the TRL 1 to 3, the blue sky research. And this is where academia plays a really significant role. And our collaboration with NTU, NUS, SUTD as well, we've got many interns that we engage with, allows us to do that blue sky research thinking. It is technology push that comes from outside of the Rolls-Royce peripherals and our sort of focused vision. It is to say what the future might look like against that chart that I showed right at the very beginning. We have to be really bold with our imaginations. We have to have all ideas coming in together. And the universities and the academia provide a great platform and a great source for just that, the technology push. On the very right-hand side of the scale of the TRL is what we would say the market pull, where we serve our customers, the customers who need technology adopted into a way which is directly linked with their revenue or with their business model or with their operations. And we have the customer service center, which I alluded to earlier on, and that capability that serves the region and our airline customer sits here because of the calling from our customers that they need a much more interacted relationship between the engine manufacturers and how those engines are performing. So actually linking that relationship with data has been really, really key for us. So there's a market pull led by the customers on the technology front. So we listen to our customers and design the technologies. There's a technology push that comes from the academia. The very sweet spot is what sits in middle. And this is the pivot, the relationship between ideas to reality. It is a really sensitive area. Sensitive because this is where ideas can also disappear if you don't manage it quickly or thoughtfully. And this is where also a huge amount of investment is required, not just financially, but committed investment from resources, committed partnership between governments, industries, and academia. And that's why you see we put so much focus on the middle TRL, the relationship that we have with universities here, with NTU, with the relationships that we have with our research institutes. A-Star is a fantastic example, has allowed this sort of sandpit environment where we can really go and bring ideas and quickly adopt for applications. If I was to look at my flow line behind me, what I don't want to disturb is adopt a new technology into the flow line by disturbing what's already happening in the engines that we're making. I'd rather replicate this into a center that allows me to do that, get it validated, get the regulatory stamp approved on it, and then bring it in. So these types of research centers that sit in that research institutes that sit between the sort of the two peripherals of technologies of ideas and market is absolutely significant. And here Singapore has been a great success of that because of the ability to bring government, industries, and research institutes together. So one example on the very left-hand side of the chart that I showed is our relationship with UTCs, our University Technology Centers. We have 31 of those across the globe. We have our largest by scale here in Singapore, and it's focused in 4 particular areas: electrification, repair capabilities, manufacturing technologies, and digital. None of those come as a surprise. This is partnerships and relationship between our technologists, our fellows within the company, working very closely with the professors, the research institutes, and the students of the academia institute. And this really requires a lot of close engagement and close trust, and a lot of ideas we've seen just flourish over the last 5 years and been a huge success for us. And then I want to talk a little bit about the middle of that TRL chart, or the MCRL chart that I was talking about, the sweet spot where platforms are needed to make ideas into reality. And our partnership that we have with A-Star, and in particularly the Advanced Remanufacturing Technology Center, is a fantastic example of that, where we are not just the only collaborator with A-Star. A-Star's engaged with about 85 different companies, very thoughtfully chosen 85 different companies, and we all bring our platforms, our challenges or problem statements to this platform. We engage with each other, we co-invest, we develop a solution, and we can deploy into our sort of product services. On some occasions, there's too much sensitivity, so we have one-on-one engagement. But that sort of framework allows us to really accelerate the pace of technology adoption into our products, services, or operations. So far, we've achieved 80 projects that have been conducted with ARTC, and more recently, we announced our Smart Manufacturing Joint Lab, which now brings not just a Rolls-Royce and A-Star collaboration, but it also brings our JV partner, Sazel, where engines are overhauled. So there's a lot of learning in terms of how engines are made and how engines are overhauled, and the technology that sits in between the two. You develop it once and use it many times is some of the benefits we're starting to reap straight away. Again, the idea sounds simple, but the catalyst for us here has been the ARTC, the investment that the government made in the facility that companies and industries can go to and test their ideas in a very quick way and develop technologies in a very quick way through trusted partnerships that can be deployed into factories. And another sort of a fantastic example that came out of that A-STAR relationship was a new way of technology acquisitions. Multinational companies really need to start to think differently, and we do. And we do because we are starting to engage much more deeper with SMEs. Innovation comes from all parts of the world in all sizes, shapes, and forms. And what we've learned is actually working very closely with SME, and in this case, it was research institutes and SME and us coming together and developed a joint automated solution that increases our inspection process by quite a significant amount, from 12 hours to sort of 1 hour type arrangement. And these are just the early stages of benefits that we're seeing through sort of intelligent boroscope inspections of the fan blades. And this SME based in Singapore, it would have been difficult for us to engage if it just was a one-on-one partnership. But through the platform of ARTC, they saw our problem statements, we saw their solutions, we worked together, we developed a solution and deployed in a very, very short period of time. So the new ways of working and new partnerships that we're seeing in engaging with SMEs has been absolutely a great learning for us in a very short period of time. And then looking forward, I painted our vision earlier on the clean, efficient, effective, reliable power for a sustainable world, sustainable power and propulsion in the products and services that we serve and the markets that we serve. And people and the future generation play a hugely important role. We must continue to inspire our next generation. It's a commitment that we have within the organization that we started many, many years ago. Our target back in 2014 was to reach 25 million individuals in a connected way of our future generations by 2030, 25 million by 2030 with STEM initiatives, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And so far we've done pretty well. We're at 6.75 million. This is a global count. We do it here in Singapore, we do it here in ASEAN, we do it in the UK, we do it in US, and it's fantastic to reach our future generation and inspire our future generation. We are committed to apprenticeship programs, and that's something that we've championed for many, many years. And the pioneering solutions really is about looking at where our technologies can be adopted. We're working very closely with fuels, for example, synthetic aviation fuels, because there is a huge opportunity on fuel companies and engine manufacturers to work together. We were not thinking about this even 5 years ago. So it's great, and now the strong engagement that we're seeing and bringing that together to see really it's our collective journey within the ecosystem of how we reduce the carbon footprint and get to that net zero carbon footprint aspiration that we all have. The flights and developing the next generation, the wide body, I touched on the ultrafan. Electrification for us will play a significant role, that fusion between the mechanical and the electrical world, and delivering power in a sustainable way, our pivot in the power systems strategy, and really serving the microgrid part markets around the world is really translating good for us, and is bringing together how we can deliver that clean, safe, and reliable, efficient power. And to really sort of touch in the new normal that we're in. I touched on the COVID very lightly at the beginning. It's developing capabilities in the virtual digital world. We shouldn't allow the sort of macro challenges sort of prevent us from progressing. You know, we could have easily not done this engagement today, but we've chosen to engage with the audience through the smart and digital media that we have, and something that we've just become all very used to in the last few months. And actually, in many ways, COVID-19 has accelerated even further the technology adoption and the pace of the technology adoption. And ourselves during the last few months and the very short period of time, we have a lot of tools that are STEM related, and we actually package those tools together, that knowledge together in a way that schools can start using them. And we actually created bite-sized modules that can be either sort of 5 minutes or 20 minutes long, or actually can be a whole curriculum length for the schools, especially once we were going through sort of home learning. And this is really sort of understanding the environment around us and quickly adapting. And this is the tool set that we've used to all of our where our schools are part of the STEM programs. It started in the UK. My kids here have started looking at the material as well, and we're looking to deploy it here in Singapore as well. So a great way to just be adaptive in the world that is around us. That's all I have time for. So thank you very much for listening. I wish you a very successful sort of a conference couple of days ahead. We're very much focused in our journey for the clean, safe, reliable, efficient power. Technology plays a key part. Co-innovation, co-creation, it plays a fundamental part. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Dr. Bicky, for your impressive insight. In the next section, our speaker will address the importance of collaboration between universities and industry partners, and how it can fuel the growth of innovation and talent development for the future. He has held various positions at Huawei in different regions throughout his tenure with the company, and has 15 years of experience in the telecommunications industry. May I introduce our second speaker, Chief Executive Officer for Huawei International Private Limited, Mr. Nicholas Ma.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nicholas Ma, CEO of Huawei International. First of all, I'd like to thank SUTD for the kind invitation to have me here. Before I start my sharing today, please allow me to give a brief introduction about Huawei. Huawei is a leading global provider of information and communication technology, infrastructure, and smart devices. At Huawei, we are committed to bringing digital to every person, home, and organization for a fully connected, intelligent world. Bearing that in mind, we endeavor to create and innovate by providing customers competitive, secure, and a reliable end-to-end portfolio of products, solutions, and services in various fields, including communications, networks, IT, smart devices, and cloud services. Founded in 1987, Huawei is a private company completely owned by employees. Currently, we have about 194,000 employees globally, among which about 96,000 are R&D employees. We operate in more than 170 countries and regions, and is globally recognized for our continuous growth. In 2019, Fortune Global 500, we stand at 61st place. As a leader in ICT industry, Huawei strives to provide ubiquitous connectivities, pervasive intelligence, personalized experience, and a digital platform to the whole world. Through open collaboration with ecosystem partners, we have been creating lasting value for our customers, transfer experience and knowledge, enrich home life, and inspire innovation in organizations of all shapes and sizes. Our growth comes from continuous R&D investment and the value contribution to customers. In the past 10 years, our cumulative R&D investment totaled at $90 billion. In 2019 alone, we invested 15.3% of our total revenue into R&D. That allows us to keep enhancing the competitiveness of our products and services, promoting open innovation, and creating greater value for our customers and the community at large. This year, our investment in R&D is globally recognized as we now are the number 6 on BCG's the 15 most innovative companies. Today, the topic of my presentation is a future intelligent world requires closer collaboration between the university and the industry. Let's start with a video to imagine what an intelligent world would be look at.
Hi, intelligent world. Thanks, intelligent car. Let's discover the universe with supercomputing power. Now, we can explore Mars in class. With a vision to bring digital to every person, home, and organization. Together with our partners, Huawei is building the Horizon digital platform and ecosystem, integrating new ICT technology and bringing an intelligent world to life through digital transformation. This isn't magic. It's intelligent finance, envisioning business opportunities. You'll never miss a moment in the high-speed world of investing. This isn't science fiction. It's intelligent transportation, linking vast distances, connecting business centers, suburbs, and the outskirts. A city's blueprints can redefine efficiency for everyone. This isn't fantasy, it's reality. Intelligent campus and intelligent city are on the rise. With intelligent brains that think on their own. This isn't the future. This is now. Hi, intelligent world.
Yes, the future is around the corner. The fourth industry revolution featuring intelligent technology is coming. New technologies such as AI, IoT, 5G, and biological engineering will be integrated into our society and impact global macro trends. Intelligent technology will promote sustainable development and become a new driver for economic growth. It will help build smart cities, drive the digital transformation of industries, and improve consumer experience. As AI develops, ICT will empower the transformation from digital economy to intelligent economy. First, AI can optimize the cooperation and the performance of ICT infrastructure. Second, AI can help improve decision-making efficiency and the quality. These two advantages brought by AI will facilitate the digital transformation of the entire society and the economies, and give birth to new products and services. Huawei believes that we will enter an intelligent world in the next 30 years. In this new world, all things will be sensing, connected, and intelligent. The physical world will be sensed and mapped into digital signals, so users can get an immersive experience with contextual perceptions and interactions in terms of the temperature, space, touch, hearing, and vision. Network will connect everything, and all data will be online through broad, wide, multiple, and in-depth connection from the cities to mountains and even to the space. Application driven by big data and AI will make everything intelligent. Digital twins will be available among individuals, homes, industries, and cities to better meet our needs in the physical world. This can even enable a digital lifestyle that meets the needs of one's inner world. The three features of the intelligent world will be realized with advanced ICT technologies. ICT infrastructure will be the foundation of the intelligent world. Huawei's Global Industry Vision 2025 depicts a touchable intelligent world with concrete case studies and data. and explains how this world will deliver new functions, new opportunities, and unprecedented performance for every individual, company, and the industry. By 2025, there are 10 megatrends that explain how ICT is driving change. If we look into these 10 trends, we can conclude that bots, AI, AR, VR, V2X, AI, big data, cloud, and 5G will be widely adopted around the world. How to make them happen? The key is the connectivity and the intelligence. Connectivity and the computing are fueling digital and the intelligent industry, where all things are sensing, connected, and intelligent. Connections are a key driver behind the fast-growing cloud services and ubiquitous computing. All pervasiveness of the computing, in turn, create more connections. Device and the cloud cooperation delivers better experience for end user at lower cost and generates higher demand from connections. Increasing connections create greater values. As we move from the 7 billion connected people to 100 billion connected things, and from everything being connected to everything being intelligent, each node will demand intelligent computing resources. For example, a car crash simulation usually takes 3 weeks in the past. Now it only takes a week or even hours. With increasing computing speeds, enterprises are changing their way of conducting R&D. 5G can already limit latency to milliseconds, greatly enhance people's interactions with the surrounding environment. What other change will take place is far beyond our imagination. As we all know, every single innovation and each step of the technology advancing is created by talent. However, the new technology and the new skill sets for intelligent world bring new challenges to ICT talent development. For example, this is some of the future specialist skill sets of the telecommunication domain. It's so complex that it's increased the difficulties to train enough skilled talent in building the intelligent world. There are huge gaps to fill. We are well aware of the importance of talents and the current challenge of the talent training, and are committed to bridging the gap in ICT knowledge transferring and the skill trainings. To fulfill that commitment, Huawei ICT Academy links the industry and academia to establish non-profit educational programs worldwide, provides training and learning solutions to meet ICT industry requirements. We aim at building an ICT industry talent ecosystem. In this talent ecosystem, we hope every related parties can join and work together to provide a comprehensive training journey for students and the general public to go through, take away new findings and inspirations, and grow into talent that meet the future needs of various industries. Today, in our ecosystem, there are over 220,000 certified professionals, 900 ICT academies, more than 110 Huawei authorized learning partners. Huawei ICT competition comes to the 5th year in 2020. Last year, there are more than 100,000 participants from more than 1,600 universities in 61 countries. Huawei will keep investing and sharing. we aim at training 700,000 skilled ICT talents globally by 2023. We cannot achieve this ambitious number on our own without comprehensive local collaboration. This is our talent development framework in Singapore. From talent skill set discussion and consulting services to training course development, from skilling up practice and the internship program to joint innovation and research cooperation. We have a series of the initiatives and plans. As a committed corporate citizen striving to contribute to the Singaporean community, we strongly believe that the upskill of the local talents is crucial in helping Singapore grow sustainably and turn current crises into opportunities. Just a few days ago, in our Ecosystem Partner Summit 2020, we digitalized our AI lab and moved it up to the cloud, allowing everybody visit online freely. And we unveiled an online AI academy within this virtual lab. There are around 140 few online training courses on AI, 5G, and the cloud developed by Huawei to all Singaporeans from entry level to professional level in response to the upskilling call of the nation. Let's take a close look at virtual AI lab and the AI Academy by a short video.
Last year, we launched Huawei's first overseas AI lab in Singapore, which provided an offline platform for our industry partners, joint solution innovation and talent development. Now we have digitized this lab and moved it onto the cloud. I am very honored to have this opportunity to share this virtual AI lab with our partners and customers. Despite the various social distancing restrictions, everyone can now visit our AI lab anytime, anywhere through your laptop, mobile phone, and other smart internet devices. We have set up different technology themes. Under each theme, we can get to know the relevant technical knowledge, latest industry development, and applications. We adopted the technology of VR, AR, and digital twins to demonstrate in a more immersive and interactive way, enabling a better access and user experience. I also would like to recommend a unique virtual AI academy deployed in this virtual AI lab. We have launched around 140 plus online courses on AI, 5G, and cloud developed by Huawei for all Singaporeans, from entry level to professional level, in response to the upskilling call of the nation. As a committed corporate citizen striving for the betterment of Singapore's society, we strongly believe that the upskilling of local talents is crucial to helping Singapore grow sustainably and turn crisis into opportunities.
At the beginning of my sharing today, I mentioned the importance of a closer collaboration between the university and the industry in building an intelligent world. Let's kick off that collaboration with jointly talent development. Together, we will make a difference and contribute to the digitalization of our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ma, for your enlightening speech. And once again, we are deeply appreciative to both our distinguished speakers for their time and delivering their perspectives for industry-academia collaboration and growth. Let us go for a break. Our program will commence in 5 minutes' time.
Welcome to SUTD First Industry Workshop 2019. We will never be able to be successful again if everything remains status quo. And that's the reason why we need to change. Of course, when we make changes, there will be a lot of resistance at the bottom. FIRST is a beautiful acronym, and it stands for Fostering Industrial Research Success Together. It is an event for the industry. Today, it is not just an event for the industry, but also we want to work with the industry to achieve success.
But Singapore is living proof, actually, that we've moved beyond and that we're in a new age of collaborative innovation efficiencies.
We will bear witness to an MOU signing between SUTD and M1 to embark on joint research and innovation activities within the domains of 5G technology. We are privileged to witness another MOU signing between SUTD and the Singapore Semiconductor Industry Association, or SSIA, to embark on joint research and innovation activities involving artificial intelligence in IC design.
Technology is for everyone, so it's important that both sides of humanity are well represented.
It's about trying to get our local SMEs to pick up Industry 4.0 to truly transform our local manufacturing base.
This event actually gave me a lot of opportunities and insight such that it allows me to be prepared for the industry.
It's a good initiative that's organized by SUTD to bring together all the companies.
We had a lot of chances to meet up with our students as well as industry partners.
It's very beneficial that a lot of institutes of higher learning, research center arm, from A-Star and the industries company coming together to listen and share their knowledge and opinions and know-how about the new emerging technology in the industry.
It was very exciting to be able to present about innovation and about SMART and about how we could collaborate with SUTD in the future.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Our next section is a forum panel discussion. This year, the forum panel will be discussing the key ingredients of industry-academia collaboration. The panel members will also debate on upcoming research megatrends and the outlook for Singapore's research and development in the next decade. This year, we have a multi-talented panel of specialists representing both the industry and academia. The panel comprises of Mr. Ling Kim Boon, General Manager of Partnership, Innovation and Enterprise Office at SUTD. Dr. James Ong, Co-founder of Artificial Intelligence Industrial Institute. Mr. Chong Chan Pin, Executive Vice President and General Manager, Products and Solutions at Kulik & Sofa. Mr. Dylan Ng, CEO and co-founder of Lions Boards International and Supersteam Asia Pacific. Mr. Brian Sun, Director of Career Agility Division, Strategy and Communications at NTUC Learning Hub. To understand their perspectives, let's jump right in. Good morning and welcome back to the First Industry Workshop 2020. We just heard from both of our guests, Dr. Vicky Bangu and Mr. Nicholas Ma, who delivered their keynote addresses. I certainly hope our participants found the sessions just as informative as I did. Moving on to the next session, we have the forum panel discussion. And with me today, I have our 5 panelists. I'll allow them to introduce themselves. Maybe we'll let SUTD kick things off.
Yes, hi, thank you, Julian. Hi, everyone. My name is King Boon. I come from SUTD. I'm the GM in charge of Partnership, Innovation, and Enterprise Office. Well, this office basically assists the president of SUTD to help to foster stronger collaborations, working with the industry partners. In particular for research projects and of course, including education aspect as well. Yeah, so I look forward to have an interesting discussion today with everyone on the panel. Thank you.
Excellent. How about, can we hear from Dr. James?
Thank you, Julian. Hi, everybody. My name is James Ong. I'm the co-founder of AIII. It stands for Artificial Intelligence Industrial Institute. And also, I've recently been appointed as an adjunct professor at SUTD as well. Glad to be part of this forum. As for what we do at AIII Institute, basically is set up as a think tank to look at issue on sustainable AI, how to make AI sustainable. And we focus a lot on the digital transformation for enterprise. So we'll work with a university, which is fitting into the team today, also with the industry, especially startup and enterprise. Thank you.
Great. And let's hear from Mr. Chong Chan Pin.
Hi, my name is, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay,
yep.
Yeah, because I'm not seeing the screen. All right, so my name is Chong Chan Pin. I'm the EVP in Kulik and Sofa. Our company is the only semiconductor equipment manufacturer that is headquartered in Singapore, having moved from the US to Singapore about 10 years ago. So I'm responsible for all the products in the company, and I've been supporting Dr. Yo in terms of the lab for all his students in the SUTD for the last few years. And been exciting to maybe nurture talent in the universities in Singapore and help them to grow into the ecosystems over the years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chong. Can we introduce Mr. Dylan Ng as well?
Hi, I'm Dylan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Lions Boards International. We make cleaning robots, and we make cleaning robots, manufacture them in Singapore. And a big part of our engineering team comes from SUTD. So a lot of SUTD graduates, alumni, and also researchers. And we work very closely with Professor Mohan's Raw Lab in our collaboration.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Dylan. And over to you, Mr. Brian Sun.
Sure. Thank you so much for inviting me. Really glad to be part of this forum. I'm Brian. I'm the director of career agility as well as strategy and communications at NTUC Learning Hub. I think what we do is really help train workers to prepare for future jobs. And nothing more pertinent in this situation now where there's such upheaval due to COVID-19 across the various industries. And I think all of us here at NTUC are really here to sort of help workers upskill and reskill and prepare for the future.
All right, guys, thank you for the introductions. So I'll just jump right into the questions right now. So first on my list, COVID-19's opportunity to reimagine international partnerships. Now, what does it mean for university-industry collaboration in this time of crisis? Perhaps, King Boon, you want to take up this question?
Okay, thank you, Julian. Yes, maybe I'll kickstart, this discussion. Yeah. Well, definitely, I think yes, the COVID-19 pandemic, has affected, our everyday life. So, not just economy, and because of the circuit breaker and things like that. So we all stay at home, and so yes, it's a big, huge impact on everyone, including the university, including our research work, collaborations works as well. So as what our leaders, our prime ministers is saying, this is going to be a marathon. It's not going to go away so soon. It's going to last for many months to come. So I guess we have to think of how to overcome all these new challenges brought about by the pandemic to our research collaborations, in particular those research work with international partners. So obviously one thing that is we can see immediately is the delay in the progress of the projects. Yeah, and this is actually caused by, of course, all these factors brought about by the pandemic. And I think in particular for international collaborations, one huge impact will be the international travels. So now with all this, border controls, airport being shut down, countries not allowed, people to come in or even transit. So business travel is definitely out, right now, and also for the next foreseeable few months. Even with the easing, it will be impacted, and I think people will also be more careful, when it comes to traveling. So for collaboration works, sometimes you need to meet face to face. You need to discuss, and then maybe talk about the progress and things like that. So all this now have to happen on virtual, like what we are doing today as well. So that will create some limitations and constraints on what can we share. How, of course, it also will impact on the mode of the collaboration as well. So so this is something I think I think the researchers, all these collaborations, our working, the way that we work with our partners, will call for change. We have to rethink about this. Yeah. So maybe I'll stop here for a while, and see what others can chip in as well. Thank you.
Yes, Julian, I'd like to add to King Boon's perspective. My view is that this COVID-19 is 100 years opportunities, especially for two aspects, industry and research, as well as international. Why I say that? Because this is a global pandemic. Every country are being affected in a totally different way at different time. Therefore, there's a lot of opportunity for people and talent across the world to work together. So there's one of it. Second, the impact is huge. Politically, as you all see what happened in the US, economically all over the world, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. Then healthcare is a big problem. Then there is a whole so-called acceleration of technology and digital transformation that you need very deep technology. And where do you get them from? You can't get it from a hawker center or anywhere. You have to go from a university. So that's why the industry, university collaboration, at this juncture, this is probably the best opportunity to really shine if we know how to do it right. At the same time, we know that we can't do it by ourselves. We have to go beyond the border control. Even though physically we can't meet, we have to use digital tool like Zoom to the maximum, so that it doesn't matter where you are, who you are, and we can still work together to make that happen. So that's just my view. Yeah.
Great. Mr. Chong, do you have anything to add to both these gentlemen's views?
Yeah, I think it's basically reinforcing what King Boon and James has just mentioned, right? I think the need for collaboration is even more required now, that we cannot just work in solitude. And I say that even if you look at all the vaccines that's been developed today, it's a lot of collaboration with universities, right? With different, like what universities of Queensland and London and Nottingham and so forth, right? It's a lot of universities as part of because they bring in a lot of research elements that industry partners also need, like, so same like us in even though in electronics, right? And of course, during the pandemic, the need for hospital equipment has increased the usage of semiconductor chips. Right? We are equipment makers for semiconductors, right? And all of a sudden, everybody wants a laptop at home, right? Everybody wants Zoom at home, right? Everybody wants a speakerphone at home, right? So all this has increased in that. But then, of course, this is just a surge of short-term demand. But I think the university collaboration in different phases, right, is always required. But I think in this moment, right, where I can just I previously can jump on the plane and go somewhere else and look at different collaborations. Now we are trying to get more tie-up with NTU, for example, right? Also, and then of course for the past many years with SUTD, we've been doing a lot of work together, right? Like I said, mentioned in my early statement of nurturing talent, right? So I think we're going to spend even more time to reinforce the collaboration at universities. There's a lot of knowledge, I would say know-how within the universities. We bring in a lot of industry elements. I think the partnership will continue to be stronger and stronger. Like I said, all these vaccines is developed whether in China or US or London. It's all very close collaboration with universities, right? And I think this is just an example of how the collaboration needs to be even deepened. Right? That's from my perspective.
Julian,
yes,
and James here. Actually, there's one more dimension I thought I'd like to really highlight, especially at the university. I think people, when they take a look at the university research, they tend to look at the hard science, the technology, and etc. I think there's a big area of the research that has been done in university and the soft science, like the social science and the political science, right? Which is where the whole world is facing right now. It's not just a technology, healthcare issue. It's about the governance structure, the way you think about the world, how do you create a better world? And that's why all this unrest that's happening. So I think university has accumulated years of research in this area. Social science is one. And as SUTD, right, is creativity. Creativity is where we need right now to solve many of the problems. So I think that's why I think this university is going to play a big role beyond just the hard science. Yeah. So there's something I'd like to bring up.
Maybe Dylan, do you want to take up this answer?
Sure. I mean, with COVID-19, it really exposes the requirements and the needs of robotics and IT and AI. And we see a lot of opportunities for such deployment. However, in deploying all this, we realize that we need we don't have all the answers. That's why the university collaboration becomes even more important. And we are deepening our collaboration with SUTD's raw labs to license more robots and license more ideas, and also to deepen our collaboration in terms of people exchange and partnerships.
Great. Maybe Mr. Brian Sun, do you have a perspective on this?
Absolutely. I think one thing that this crisis has really taught is that we're only as strong as we are united. I think this is a fantastic opportunity to sort of deepen our collaboration with the local institutions as well as with global partners. Industry and university collaboration has been very interesting. I think there's a few different objectives. One objective for the university may be, for example, to deepen research links or to have broader application of their great work that they do across more industries. But another one, I think, and more pertinent for us in this critical time, is how can we use the knowledge of the university to really help create more jobs and to create more employment. With the economic upheaval coming, there's going to be a significant shift. Some industries may grow tremendously. I can think of healthcare. I can think of a lot of digital industries. Some industries will maybe not fare so well. And I think the goal of this collaboration is how can we ensure that our workers are well prepared. And we can only do this if we have the right knowledge and skills to teach them. And I think in something like this is where the universities will really come in with their great cutting edge knowledge to be able to reskill and uptrain our workers for the new normal.
Right. Thank you. Now, you mentioned very early on about upskilling the workers. Now, is there such a thing as a collaboration saturation, where everybody's partnering everybody else and there's really no opportunity for any more collaboration to happen? Is there really such a phenomenon?
I don't think so, because I think it's a partnership. The more partnerships we have, I think the stronger we are together, the more in sync we can be. But a critical question to ask is, what is the role of each partner? And maybe if you have too many people doing the same role, but not enough people doing another role, then that's where you might see this saturation and this overlap, which leads to unproductive work. One thing that we strongly feel at NTC is that we have a fantastic ability to reach out to workers. There's over 1 million union members in Singapore at the moment, I think around 1 million. Within Learning Hub ourselves, we deliver over 200,000 training places per year. That is a significant footprint and a significant impact that we can have to outreach to workers. And in a lot of our collaborations with overseas partners, with local universities, local polytechnics, it's about how we can take our strength in network, in outreach, in getting companies on board to be able to really spread the knowledge and proliferate that knowledge so workers can get the latest skills.
Great. Thank you, guys. Okay, so I want to touch on two of the points that was brought up in the discussion a bit earlier. Now, the first point, I think, James, you brought it up, was about accelerating technology. Now, given that technology, the industry is under constant pressure from technological change, shorter product life cycles, intense global competitions. Now, is the industry really at the point where they can depend on the universities for knowledge exchange, or is it, is such a UI collaboration feasible for such a long-term, long-run situation?
Shall I go first? Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So on this question about being in the technology industry for the last 30 over years, doing AI 30 over years in the US, then Singapore, then in China, right? I think compressing technology cycle is always going to get shorter and shorter. So what we need to do now is think of a different model by which we can move upstream faster. That means a lot of the industry requirement needs to work with the professor at the beginning of their basic research. Therefore, you can actually get alignment earlier. And this is something I truly believe that we need to do so that the university researcher can be more aware of what's coming. And of course, then on the other side, right, you need to help to bring the research out into the industry. So I think that two-way traffic needs to be enhanced. Usually the industry and the research there's a boundary, right? Then you have to work very hard and they speak very different languages because the researchers speak in they publish paper, they write in a very academic way, right? Then the industry people are more like, maybe the application, maybe even the financial or the business model. So those are languages that I think both sides needs to come together earlier so that we can shorten this cycle. And given the COVID-19 that's happening right now, it's inevitable that this compression is going to be there because everybody will be moving faster all over the world because they want to survive. I think you can witness that in all the country, especially country like China. So they move very quickly. So that, right. Again, that's my view.
Right. King Boon, is such a compression of the life cycle of institutional knowledge or production life cycle, is this a good thing or a bad thing for the university?
Well, I think this is, the reality of, the life, so it's unavoidable. And like you say, right, as the pace of the society goes faster and faster, life cycle becomes shorter, so we are constantly under this, pressure, right? So it's you have no choice but to, counter it, And I always believe, yes, the main thing is actually, the what we call the research or the innovation ecosystem, right? We have to look at it, from that perspective, meaning that under this whole ecosystem, there will be so many players, right? Within this innovation or the research ecosystem, and obviously, like you say, right, the products or the company that's behind that will be one important, player. And then, of course, all the learning institutions or universities, of course, plus those government-funded, research institutes. These are also another important factors or players in this ecosystem. So how does the ecosystem perform to its maximum, ability? Of course, depends on how all these players, among themselves, are able to interact, communicate, and collaborate with each other. And I think from the company's perspective, maybe this one, maybe later Champing can jump in because he's from the from the industry. He probably can speak from his personal experience. I think from company's perspective, if they need something, or they want something to perfect, their technologies or their solutions or their products, of course, if they can do it in-house, that's the best, but that may take a longer time. But but then if they can't do it in-house, or if they want to shorten, their timeline, then I think one natural partner or people that they can go through is obviously the universities, or if not those other neutral or third-party research institutes. Yeah, because I think it'll be quite difficult for them to go to their rivals, or competitors, and then of course that do happen, but usually it doesn't happen that way. So I think there's still a role to play for universities, for our faculty members, So I guess that's also why universities is always trying to sharpen our capabilities, our research strength. Of course, then we bring in our the very competent or good faculty members, and at the same time, also we always try to have to create opportunities to work with industry so that we are always up to date. We are always relevant to the industries, and we know what's happening in the market. Yeah, and then so it's a kind of symbiosis, a kind of interactions relationship that helps to foster and strengthen the whole ecosystem. Yeah.
Mr. Chong, you'd like to jump in to?
Yeah, so I think when was it Dr. Yeo Kia Singh? He's from SUTD, right? So when he approached us a few years about helping in the startup of the lab, and then we donated a few pieces of equipment. We were really trying to collaborate and bring in the talents, right? So we bring in our engineers, and we spend some time with the students, and then we teach them how to do the semiconductor process and so forth, right? Of course, all of them are taking notes and so forth, right? We see them as as a part, an extension of our future, right? Future roadmap, future generations, right? And we know that whatever ideas we have in the company, industries, okay, we know, but there's always a new perspective, a fresh perspective from somebody who's looking at it new, maybe an innovation or something like that, right? So I feel that this pipeline of talent from universities is very important, right? We can always, we always say industry, right? Either you pay somebody 20% more to get a competitor, okay, and then you bring up the level of salaries higher, okay, or you spend a lot of investments upfront, right? Maybe 4 or 5 years ahead of time, okay, that's all upstream, right? And then nurture those talents. And then this morning we're just talking about sponsoring some PhD programs of very, very smart students, right, from Singapore, right? And because we are thinking the long-term path, right, in industries, we cannot do it alone for sure, right? We need the industry, universities, and I mean, and of course, we being an international company, we partner with NUS, NTU, and of course SUTD. But then over in the US side, we partner with UCLA and Berkeley and Stanford and so forth, right? Because we know that some of the ideas and some of the resources are better from an academic point of view that can help to bring in some fresh perspective, right? Because the industry has a lot of bit of a trial and error experience, right? We learn from experience, we learn from mistakes, we learn from journeys, we learn from past experiences, right? But when you go back to academics, they always go back to fundamentals of the law of physics, the law of of certain things, and then when that applies back to the industry experiences, like, oh, why didn't we think about that, right? Why didn't we think about the fundamentals of materials, the fundamentals of electrons, the fundamentals of thermodynamics, right? And I think the marrying the two of them is very, very important because, like I said, industry is good because it's very practical, but sometimes we forget the fundamental basics of physics or chemistry or material science. And I think universities come in because they're not sucked into a day-to-day problem like the business. A business got a fire here and a fire there, right? They always purely focus on what's the reason behind it, what's the rationale behind it, what's the theory behind it, right? And I think when those fundamentals are being brought back to the industry partners, then I think the collaboration can even be a lot better, right? That's why some of the professors always say, have you thought about this? And they say, hey, why didn't we think about that? Because we are so sucked into the problem, right? Or sucked into the situation, right? That's why I think it's very, very important to have this constant stream, right, of industry and universities collaborating. And it could be a student, like we said, or it could be a professor level, okay? Or it could be even, PhD thesis, right? Okay, we have done so a lot of, we easily bring in about, I don't know, probably about hundreds of interns every year, around the world, right? I'm not talking about just Singapore, right? But we nurture them, right? Because the interns, and some of the interns, really turn a knob, right? And they basically, create some new ideas, give us some new ideas to think, and they can even outbeat some of the guys who have 20, 30 years experience inside the company. And of course, they are embarrassed, the guys who are 20 years. But then, we say, how come this guy, 28 years old, right, gave us 3 great ideas that actually worked, right? So we've seen some changes in the last couple of years, and I think, when the market requires shorter product life cycles, we cannot do it alone. Okay, that's something that we keep telling ourselves. We have to find collaborations. We have to find partnerships. And what's the best sources in every country, right? Is the universities, right? Okay, so in Singapore we have 3 great universities, 4 great universities around here. In California, there's UCLA, there's Berkeley, there's Stanford. Okay, in Pennsylvania, there's UPenn. Okay, that's where one of our big offices is. Okay, UPenn, Penn State, and everything. And we really, foster a lot of university relationship within our R&D space, right? There was a question that EDB has brought up to me. It said, why is it so difficult to get R&D talent, right? In Asia, not talking about Singapore, just in Asia, right? US and Europe has been very, very good in R&D, but Asia has been very good at more like operation, production, manufacturing, all this. But I think the talent needs to be kind of nurtured again. If the companies want to invest, they need to start nurturing some of this talent management. And I think education systems in Asia is all great. Okay, we have all the best universities in the world, also in Asia. But I think the environment needs to kind of nurture more and more of this type of collaboration. When the industry get early engagement with the universities upfront, they can really nurture some of the students so that they think differently and they're more ready and prepped to go into the industries when it's time. Anyway, there's a lot of things we can talk about. I just want to focus on some of the questions that was brought up about industry versus the university collaboration.
All right, so Dylan, you mentioned very early on about collaboration. So I just wanted to understand, what would the landscape look like if there are no university industry collaborations? Can your company still achieve the progress and success that you are currently experiencing?
Yes, I would say without university industry collaboration, we will still be innovating. However, the quality of innovation and the speed at which we innovate would definitely be slower. If you can imagine, if flowers can't be pollinated by bees and they were just self-pollinating, it will still grow, but it's much slower, So we really treasure the ability and the opportunity to work closely with SUTD, and especially with Raw Labs, and the exchange of people and ideas. A lot of times it's not about who invented what, it's about the flow of people, the flow of ideas, about working together, about having engineers that were well trained in the labs, crossing over to work in our company full time. So all this makes things happen and makes things happen much faster.
Right. King Boon mentioned a very curious or very interesting statement about how academia can play a huge part in research. But is this a chicken and egg issue where the research comes first or the demands of the industry comes first?
Okay, for us at LionsSpot, we develop products with actual demand. So it is impossible for us to just devote to deep research without foreseeable demand. Hence, we always keep track what is the market requirements and we develop towards that. But along the way, as we go there, we realize, hey, we need maybe some other aspects or some other modules that we can actually tap and license from SUTD, and that's how it can pipe in. Many of these modules when they first started some time ago, they wouldn't have seen any demand yet. You know, it had been considered like a more basic, a more advanced research, but without any actual demand. Hence, I think it works well both ways.
Great, great. Okay, I really wanted to jump into a point that James made about social sciences, but I think I'll just touch on something that Chan Pin mentioned about R&D in Singapore. Now, I think this is hot off whatever he's talked about, so it may be pertinent right here. So Mr. Chan Pin mentioned about R&D and partnering with universities and how important it is. So is there a disparity in the research capacity among institutions in Singapore, or say globally? Now, how would a company choose? Let's say, would I want to partner with NUS, or should I partner with NTU or SUTD, or even SIT for that matter? Is there a disparity in the research, in the level of or whatever they're doing in there? How does one company choose who to go to?
Okay. It's okay. Let me start off the conversation, right? And then the rest of the people can chime in, right? I think it starts from the base, okay? So today, I think the base in Singapore, for at least our company, colleagues and so far, has been very much manufacturing and we call it sustaining engineering. That means after the product life has reached a certain stage, you do sustaining support, right? But the innovations are still very much where it originated from the US and from the Europe, right? Can we build that in Singapore? Yes, we have to, but it will take some time to nurture that capability over time, right? And the question is that can those talents be invested to bring up and nurture the Singapore? Yes, we can, if the companies decided to strategically position, for example, Singapore as the next R&D center. But a lot of this, because the US and Europe has a lot of history, right? A lot of equipment or electronics or semiconductor, or even talking about like medical, a lot came from those countries, right? So there's a lot of origins and there's a lot of experiences being built over time over there, right? It doesn't mean that you cannot start from here. It means that you need to make a deliberate effort to invest, okay, of your R&D space and budget and time to nurture this. And this journey could be 20 years. It's not going to happen like overnight. But if you don't start, you'll never get started, okay? And you say, oh, okay, Asia will just be for manufacturing, okay? And US will always be R&D, right? So I think, you know, since, like I said, our company is in a position where headquarters is here now, we like to make more deliberate decisions about investing in those innovations into Singapore. Then we can generate new ideas. We can, you know, have breakthrough. I've seen many companies, even SMEs and startups in Singapore, have brilliant ideas, right? Very brilliant ideas, right? It's just an environment that they are in, a much more smaller scope versus the US and Europe, much more global scale, right? But I believe it can be nurtured, right? Provided we, in industry partners, decided that we want to invest, you know, into Singapore. And I think more and more things are coming, right? And then we have a great arm of A-Star, right? So many, you know, R&D, PhD guys, okay? We have to leverage on those talent pools that we have to be able to help the industries. Because at the end of the day, what are we measured in industry? Time to market, right? Product launch, okay? Top line revenue, right? Bottom line profitability, right? Every company will have a P&L. If you launch a product fast, if you launch a product innovation, if you have a uniqueness, you're going to create, you know, market leadership, right? You're going to have profitability. All these things will come later on, right? So I think, you know, we always believe that product innovation is the core of every business. You have a great product, you're going to see a very nice, you know, revenue and business in the coming years, right? You know, the same thing for all these guys like Apple and Facebook and Google, right? They are created from a great idea into a product, and the product went into a commercial world. All right, I'm open to listen to other ideas from.
Sure. I'll step in. This is James here. I think concurring with Chan Pin has mentioned, first of all, I feel that Singapore has have a pretty good foundation in terms of R&D, in terms of the university and the talent that we brought in, as well as the A-Star, for example, right? I think if we really want to harness what we have, maybe there are three things that I thought is important, right? First of all is the mindset. Okay? Mindset means that, as we all know, R&D, sometimes you will have to take risks. Failure is actually should be a higher percentage, just like in a startup. So if we do R&D and knowing that research that it's not okay to fail, then we cannot do something great. Okay, I think that's first thing. I think the mindset we need to have. And of course, in Asia, as Chan Ping has mentioned, we are more operational oriented. So when you want operation, your black belt, you cannot fail. But in R&D, you want to try 10, 20 projects. You hope most of them fail, except one of them will be a big bang, right? So I think that is one thing that is important to look at. So we cannot be too risk averse. We must be willing to accept failure. And failing in R&D is not a bad thing. Just like failure in startup is not a bad thing. That's why the leadership at the corporate level or university has to embrace this kind of mindset and thought leadership. Okay, I think that is one. A second thing is methodology. Methodology meant that from industry to research, there are different kind of methodology. As Chan Ping has mentioned, right? You could be having an industry problem instead of a solution at the university, right? Or you could be in the university, the professor kind of like thinking, wow, you never know what he can come up with, and like in the US. So these are two different models of innovation, right? So I think they all require different type of methods, okay? And of course, the first one has to be efficient, because if you have an industry problem, just like you have a tracing problem or the COVID, you have to really you might have the right people who understand both the industry and the research community and really go direct and straight to the right people. And you must be able to read the research paper, at least the key point and the hardcore technology. So that is one way of looking at it. If the other way around is more like in the US system where it's very bottom up, every university professor will be doing all kind of research, eventually some of them turn out to be Google, right? With the algorithm to do search, right? So that is another model. Again, with Singapore government, in my opinion, being so invested a lot and willing to invest in R&D, I think there's really a big enough critical mass. I think it's a question of mindset and the methodology. And the third element I thought is important is international collaboration. We don't want to do R&D just in Singapore because that will narrow down. R&D should be across virtual space. I could be talking to a professor in US, in Europe, in China, right? There's language barrier, there's culture barrier, but we must be able to rise above because we are a small nation. So we need to find a way to survive. So we need to learn how to work with everybody in the world of different culture, different languages, different way of doing research, different way of writing things are all different. And then they have different way of operating because the government system are different, right? So I think these are the three things we need to do to achieve that kind of efficiency in R&D. Again, just my perspective, right? I'll pass it to King Boon.
Yes, thank you, James. But maybe I just add on, from the perspective of the R&D landscape, in Singapore, yes. Definitely, I think, Singapore, given our, past 30, 40 years of, or 50 years of economic development, we have come to a point where, R&D, is the way to go. We have no choice. So we have to grow more talent, of course, plus, import, foreign talent. And we have to go up the value chain, and also, to promote, more R&D talents and R&D activities. And that's where I think, the IHLs, universities and also A-stars, research institutes, all these are coming to play and becomes very important. Yeah. And in fact, one thing which I think the universities like SUTD, what we emphasize on, is not just research and education. I think another important aspect, going forward is also what we call the innovation and enterprise. Yeah, so that's why we have this, A-star, the RIE, Research Innovation Enterprise, initiatives. So we are also, it's also important for university to, to help to nurture entrepreneurship, to promote innovation, and also, to bring some of this, discoveries, or know-how, to create new startups, bring and to generate more enterprises. So this whole thing is a value chain by itself, and it becomes like what I mentioned just now, the whole ecosystem. And I think Singapore is still, in the works. We're still trying to strengthen, to enlarge, to expand, this whole ecosystem. And then of course, feeding on each other, and then university helping out, the industry giving ideas, to the universities, and of course, university also help to nurture groom, students, talents, that will go into industries, help the companies and things like that. So yes, I think this is something which we are doing right now, and I think SUTD is playing an important role. And one thing which is distinctive or unique about SUTD is we are also emphasizing on the design philosophy, right? We are the University of Design and Technology. So design, is a bit of well, not hard science or what we call the soft skill things like that. So when we allude to what we just we were discussing just now about arts and social sciences. So this is also a strong focus, I think, within SUTD. Our students, are exposed to all this softer side of arts and social sciences knowledge. So whatever that they think of or they do on hard science or hard technology kind of research, they will always be starting off from the human-centric, from the design aspect. So I think this also is an environment that SUTD is creating and trying to nurture the next generation of Singapore future leaders, which are multifaceted, multidisciplinary. And I think going forward with post-pandemic or whatever, world is becoming more and more complex, complicated. So I think the requirement or the need for all this multifaceted kind of skills for to bring everyone forward will become more and more important. So I think yes, this is something we are all trying to, every player in the ecosystem is trying to play our part. And I think with the support given by the government and of course, the efforts put in by everyone, I think, yes, we are heading in the right directions. Yep.
Great. Thank you, King Boon. I really wanted to ask, touch on the second point that just spoke out to me about the conversation the five of you were having. Social science was an issue that I wanted to bring up, but I think King Boon answered that, in which he mentioned the university, the students start off from being human-centric, and that stems from the study of social sciences. I think James also brought out that it's not just study of hard science, but rather soft science as well, social sciences. So yeah, that pretty much answered that particular area of query. Now, something that interested me in my research with this entire topic about university or industry-university collaborations, a very interesting thing that is unique to Singapore, I think, is the innovation parks. Now, we have innovation parks in the Changi Business Park. We have the Jurong area, if I'm not wrong. Now, are these really the future of university-industry collaborations? Now, do these parks really push forward that form of collaborations?
Okay, this is James here. I actually not that familiar with the innovation part. For me, with the COVID-19, I think I have established a totally new mindset right now. There's anything you do does not require a physical element. Of course, we still want to meet, but the thing is that we should think of it as not a must-have. Part of it is because number one, talent are all across the world. Idea can flow to the space, right? So I think, but we still need a place to get together because we are human after all, right? So I think innovation part will still play a role, but I think it's not the only way to go about creating the environment for innovation.
I think it really helps to be close together. It's only when people are close together that we have spontaneous ideas and discussions. For example, Silicon Valley is Silicon Valley only because everybody's squeezed together. So all these innovation parks would help. Especially, it is not just buildings that are near each other, but also people linkages, people-to-people relationships and linkages. So for us, the distance, besides being short, is also because our engineers know the researchers or know the alumni or the students at SUTD. Hence, there is also that bonding and the friendship to keep these relationships alive.
Right. Mr. Chanping, do you have any experience with the innovation parks? Does it really help drive collaborations of businesses being in close proximity to one another in any form?
I think the concept of innovation park is good. I don't have a personal experience with the Singapore Innovation Park, right? But I spend a lot of time in the Silicon Valley, right? And when I see, like say you drive on this 101, if you all know where it is, right? Okay, you end up with Facebook, you end up with Google, there is a reason why things are together, right? It's because people share, right? You walk into a Starbucks, okay, in let's just say, Santa Clara or some of those places, you happen to see tech people, right? Okay, then they start to mingle, they start to talk, and people say you create ideas off on a napkin, right? Okay, I think you heard of that before, right?
Yeah.
And because people talk at the Starbucks or people talk at some kind of cafe, and that environment really kind of nurtured, inculcated some kind of innovation sharing, right? Oh, this guy had this social media thing that would do this, and that's how Facebook and Google were all kind of invented in the way of people collaborating in the Silicon Valley. Same thing of the equipment that we make and all these things, right? So I think being together is always a good thing when the ecosystems around it are I mean, you have Fusion Polis, right? You have Biopolis, you have all these tech parks, right? I think all these are all, I mean, I'm so fortunate in Singapore is, government has a lot of good support, right? In the Ayer Rajah campus, so many tech companies around there, right? So I think those are creating very good environment where people can mingle and share, because some of these things may not be formal, right? You don't have to sit in a meeting and have a PowerPoint and for 60 minutes, then you can share, right? Some of these things could be, like I said, right? Okay, the napkin thing, okay, could be a cafe thing, could be a bar thing, and all that, and that's, I see that very, very much in the Silicon Valley where guys hang out a lot, okay, and they talk, Palo Alto, there's a bar, there's a cafe down the road that everybody, because Palo Alto is also where Stanford University is, right? So I think having those hubs are good ecosystems to mingle around. And you'd like to kind of have different peer groups, right? Okay, or competitive groups, right? To kind of mingling and the ideas become better and better. But I think, like I said, I think innovation parks are good. But I think, more importantly is the content behind it, how we use those content to actually generate ideas, right? So I think the government has set up so many tech parks everywhere in Singapore. We should try to make more use of it, right? Okay, have more social sessions around it, right? And when we talk about the social science, and we really need to have more social around it. Everything cannot just be hard and fast, textbook, right? Go to a meeting, go to a lecture, go to a meeting, and then you get, it has to be, because some of these ideas, as you heard, okay, from all the tech companies, started in garage shop, right? Okay, started in a cafe, right? Started in a napkin, right? Because when you want to nurture an environment of creativity, you have to be less rigid and less structured and more flexible and adaptive. Oh, one idea generate another idea. I mean, I was in Google campus before. There's no cubicles sitting for anybody. Everywhere is a conference room, a park, a bench, okay, 2-seat, by there. It's considered a meeting room, right? Because they believe that's the way that people can function and be more creative and innovative, right? When they're less structured, less rigid. I'm not saying that we shouldn't go with rigid, but I'm saying that if you want to have, innovation hubs like that, create a botanical garden around that space and people mingle, right? Something like that. And then people can, really, generate ideas from there. That's my experience.
Great. King Boon, with SUTD being in such close proximity to the Changi Business Park, have we leveraged on that synergy with the businesses over there?
Yes. I think there's value, in terms of national development or maybe infrastructure development. I think there's value to have this kind of innovation park, right? So, for example, just how it was mentioned, we have this Fusion Polis, Biopolis, the Ayer Rajah area, right? And the one, NUS is very nearby. So NUS also play a very important role in grooming or nurturing that, ecosystem over there. And then now you talk about Jurong Innovation Park, near Tengah, right? This is something I think we just started. And the one also, with NTU nearby. So NTU is definitely going to play a big role within that region as well. And then the latest one we have is the Punggol, right? The PDD, Punggol Digital District, in Punggol area, where SIT is going to be, also relocated there. So I think, these are probably outcomes of, what the Singapore government learned over the years, the so-called success formula, right? Using, industry plus academia, there's always a university, or instead of higher learnings, where research and know-hows are recited nearby to try to, create this new infrastructure. I think new infrastructure is necessary, right? For a country to grow, to transform. We always need new receptacles, right? The infrastructure that will provide the receptacles. And because, technology changes, humans, everyone's lifestyles, changes, so you constantly need to renew your infrastructure. So let's say Jurong, our Jurong Industrial Park, which was first created, yeah, maybe that was suited for, the period of time. But going forward, in the 21st century, is maybe becoming less and less relevant. So we need to renew, we need to transform that also over time, right? In the same time, we also need to create new receptacles, new infrastructure. So in the form of what we maybe, in this discussion, we call it the innovation parks. Yeah. So I think there's value in this. I think we can also see, success, over the years. It has become a formula. And by creating something new, bringing in these new thinking, and of course, trying to reflect in the new kind of needs and requirement for a new kind of lifestyle or work style. Yes, then we can then incorporate something into a new receptacles, which they'll bring the momentum forward, for the next phase of development. Yeah. So I'm personally, I think yes, there's value, and I'm quite excited, to see how when Jurong or PDD, when they are ready, how that's going to bring about the next phase of development for Singapore, plus of course our younger generations. Yeah. Then go back to your question about SUTD and Changi. Yes, I think yes, we are within the Changi business district, business park. We have the airport nearby, the logistics, warehousing nearby. Yeah, and then of course, with business CBD, the Changi business city nearby. But I think yes, I think there's still more that we can do to help to foster or to even strengthen, the uniqueness of this ecosystem or this Changi, business district region. This is also, demonstrate a point which I also want to add. That means, the success of a business or of an innovation park, there's so much you can do by doing the, cookie butter, the cookie cutter kind of thing. That means these are artificials. You can plan tabletop, do it according to what your vision is, but there's a limit to it. How much you can do. So one example which I can think of is, this Changi business park. Yes, we can plan it, but whether it's going to, develop or transform into what we, our desired outcome to be, the one is, I would say, only time can tell. Yeah, and also it depends on how everyone within that region or that ecosystem are able to come together, and then to generate the vibrancies, yeah, things like that. So what Champing mentioned about Silicon Valley, Palo Alto, all these places, yes, yeah, they a lot of all this actually spontaneous, or these are come about naturally, without human touch. Yeah, how did it happen? I think it's always we can always debate about this issue, but I think for Changi, yes, in terms of planning, there's much we can do. Of course, going forward for the Punggol or the Jurong districts, I would also think yes, there's much we can do, but that's a good start. In terms of planning, we can plan what the future is going to be like. But beyond that, I think it depends on everyone who is inside there to shape the outcome. Yeah.
Yeah, Julian, James here. I'd like to add to 2 points to what King Boon and Chan Ping has mentioned. I think first of all, to create innovation part, right? Like what Chan Ping has mentioned, the content is what matters, right? Actually, you go to innovation part of it is the social. So I think creating activity, people to get together. Really, if you build trust, you help collaboration in innovation. Right? So I think physical presence and getting to know each other and know each other's family in the physical location, make it convenient, it does help. At the same time, I think when we look at innovation part, we also need to think out of the box a little bit. We need to think of offline to online combination, right? Don't want to just think all offline, because Singapore, we are very good at building infrastructure. We are the best in the world, probably, right? So we need to think beyond, we need to think like a digital way of innovation part where it's a combination so that it's seamless, right? It's so seamless that even though you're physically innovation park in Changi, right? You're also connected to anybody in the world in the sense that there's nothing to forbid you to bring in the researcher in New York, you know, and then somebody in Beijing, right? And then you are physically there. I think, how do you create this borderless thing that make it possible? So that's the first point I'd like to make. Second point I'd like to make is that if you observe a lot of the innovation park development in China right now, their focus is delivering on selling land, making money from real estate rather than innovation, which I think I want to warn against, right? Because you can build a lot of this kind of real estate project and then you end up not focusing on really doing the part that you want to do, which is the innovation and the technology and etc. So I think these are the 2 points I'd like to make. Thank you.
Great. Now, Dylan, you mentioned there's people coming together to collaborate, students and researchers and operations people coming together to talk, to share ideas. Now, definitely there will be intellectual property concerns.
Yes.
So how do we deal with conflicts when it comes to IP?
Well, first and foremost, of course, IP is really important, but we must also be very understanding of how much potential a product has. So sometimes certain aspects of the IP we could just license, or certain aspects we patent first, then we start the collaboration. But yet again, if through the joint collaboration we come up with something, then we both share the patent together. Because I think we can grow together faster than by going solo. And also a lot of IP is not just about who owns what. It's about, as long as this idea is protected and we can take care of each other's interests, there's not too much worry over there.
So with the intellectual property, I think depending on the type of collaboration, usually the legal clauses would cover who owns the intellectual property rights. If, for example, the university or ourselves, do we co-create or co-develop a course together with them, in which case the intellectual property is jointly held? Or are we mainly acting as an outreach partner and then the intellectual property solely rests with them? Or the third option is we have our own online courses, the university has their own online courses. Could we place them on the Coursera platform or on the Udemy platform? So I think there's a few ways that the intellectual property is treated depending on who created it and who owns it. I think what we've noticed though is while intellectual property is a key factor for collaboration between institutions to make sure that it is win-win and no one is unfairly treated, to the end user, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if my AI course is owned by IBM or owned by NTUC. I just want to learn AI or I want to learn data analytics.
Right.
I want to learn marketing. So going back to your previous question of like what we've seen people, what have been cause of failure, I think one thing we've seen is an over focus on sort of these legal issues at the expense of the customer experience, at the expense of delivering good content to the workers. The intellectual property absolutely has to be protected. I think no question, but we should also keep in mind that the end goal is to be able to spread that knowledge and share that knowledge so that people can upskill and get better jobs and have better lives.
Right. Thank you, Brian. Okay, so that was some very interesting perspectives that you've been giving so far. Now, I mentioned there's a third question that really spoke up very strongly to me. I realized that many of these platforms feature a lot of courses on STEM, and it may not apply to the everyday common guy, but Singapore being a very STEM-related, very STEM stance country, now is there really a future for arts and social sciences for collaborations or for learning that matter?
Absolutely. I mean, you're asking, right? I studied philosophy for my undergraduate, so.
Right.
And I have to say, while the subject matter is rewarding for personal study, it doesn't have a direct skill application. But the way of thinking and the ability to critically analyze, I use those skills every day.
Right.
And I think the arts and social sciences really foster that sense of all the adaptive and soft skills that we need. When we think of what the future of work will be like in the next say 10, 20 years, we can expect increasing automation, increasing robotics, and increasing digitalization, 100%. What's left for the humans often will be the more creative, the more interpersonal aspect, which I think the arts and social sciences are absolutely critical for. It helps build a more cohesive society. It helps understand our role in the world. So a goal of education cannot just be to give a skill to land your next job right after graduation. It has to form better citizens. And I think arts and social sciences have a critical role in that.
I would think so, though I'm not an expert in arts and social sciences collaboration. We are a deep tech company, hardcore robotics developer. But I believe that as Singapore progresses, the arts and the social sciences become more and more important. And with specialization, each of us can look after a different aspect of what makes human life rich, enriching, and enjoyable in that sense. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration throughout the whole spectrum of knowledge.
Right, great. So let me just jump back into that very interesting word that you use called relationships.
Yes.
Now, university industry collaboration is a petri dish for culture integration. Now, how does your company account and overcome the differences in culture in these collaborations?
Well, at LandSport, we have a very hard-charging culture. We want to get things done by yesterday. And a lot of times at the university, they are more systematic and more organized. All right, so they follow the Gantt chart. At LandSport, we make things happen. But we tend to understand each other better, especially through these relationships. We know, first and foremost, we trust that the counterpart is doing their best, and we understand the reasons for them doing that because they have many projects ongoing. And they also understand our motivations, that we have to get things done fast because we are commercial. And once there's that understanding there, it becomes much easier for us to work together, because we'll set more realistic deadlines, and we'll understand that for certain things that maybe at LandSport we can do better, like for example, like fabrications and things like that, we could take that on. And for certain things that the university can do better, for example, like in terms of advanced mathematical calculations or modeling, they could do that. So we can take our best advantages, and we work well together for the betterment of the project.
Great. Okay, great. That's very interesting perspectives and views on from everyone. Now, we just have enough time for one last question. It's a question I've been interested in asking almost anybody I meet. Okay, we talk about success. We're very focused about success, but often we learn the best from failures. So my question is, has there ever been a collaboration that has failed? And what have we learned from that? How have we moved forward from that?
Well, okay. Not every day is a good day. So sometimes things don't work out, all right? And it is part and parcel of life. In fact, a failure is only a failure if we stop there. You know, that we take the paper loss and we sell the shares and it becomes an actual loss. So when things don't go well, and oftentimes it happens, all right, usually that's where the relationships come in, where we go in together and we see how can we rescue the situation. So rather than attributing blame, it is more about what can we do now. And sometimes we realize there's nothing we can do. Maybe the whole research direction is not going anywhere, so we could just close the project. But many times we realize that through talking and through discussions, we could rescue a lot of things. In fact, if you think about it, like a fried rice can fail halfway, but there's still ways to rescue that fried rice without giving up and throwing it away. So it is actually our approach towards solving problems. And if it's a collaborative and it's in trust, failure seldom comes in that sense. It may take a longer time. It may need more money, more research. It may take more people, but as long as we don't give up, we more or less will reach there. One of the things that we learn is to really focus the research or the collaboration on one aspect. So we don't have very open-ended collaboration that has no fixed goals, or the goalposts are keep shifting. So as long as we have very defined, so there is a start, there is a stop, there is a process, it will succeed.
I think what has led to breakdown or failure is there's operational things within the partnership, so things like poor communication or different objectives that are not aligned. But at the outset, I think the partnership has to be well designed so that the objective is aligned, but also each party knows their role. So if one party's role is, for example, bringing in the most cutting-edge knowledge and really being able to deliver that on a consistent basis. If another party's role is to ensure outreach to companies, government often has a big role in providing accreditation, in providing funding support. I think the best partnerships work where everyone has their own area of strength and is able to leverage that area of strength rather than overlap into the different areas in a much less focused way. So the most successful partnerships I've seen, and very happily, I think there have been a number of very successful partnerships over this COVID period. Government, industry, training providers, academic institutions to really help our workers, to really help the down sectors. I think if we can see more of that, Singapore will really be able to emerge stronger. I'm thinking of things like the enhanced training support program run by Skills Future Singapore for the aviation sector, tourism, F&B, etc. Even for the programs to help the self-employed persons. All of this required multi-agency collaboration on the government side, strong collaboration with IHLs, with universities, with polytechnics, all coming together with NTUC to be able to help these workers and upskill them really in their moment of need. It was a really proud moment to see how all of those came together so quickly and to such great effect.
Right. Okay. I've got 3 questions that stem from what you just mentioned. One's about global competition, another one's about STEM, and another one is about intellectual property rights. So sure. I just want to understand from a global perspective, now how is NTUC Learning Hub positioned to handle competition on a global scale? Obviously, NTUC Learning Hub is not the only one that's collaborating with the learning institutions, with the universities to consolidate knowledge, to bring out to the workers, to upskill them. But of course, there are online platforms, Coursera, Udemy, global partners who are there doing the same thing. Now, how is Learning Hub positioned to handle the global competition?
Absolutely. And I think this is a great case in point to demonstrate the value of partnership in times like this. So Learning Hub is a close partner of Udemy, actually. And we help them outreach to the workers here in Singapore. We recently partnered with Go1, which is the world's largest online learning content aggregator and content platform. They have over 500,000 courses available through their website, aggregating content from the likes of Thomson Reuters, from the likes of Skillsoft, so the large global providers. And I think coming to the point of partnership needs to be win-win. We need to bring the best knowledge from around the world to the workers. Is that whether that's from Thomson Reuters, whether that's from Go1, whether that's from IBM, we recently partnered with IBM, whether it's from Coursera or for Udemy. And I think these global providers, they have great content, but they may not be able to outreach to workers in the same way, because it's not as simple a matter of I have a website, people will automatically come to it. It's you really need to convince, you really need to make learning a part of their daily work or their or a core part of the company's transformation plan, not even just the HR plan, but learning has to be a core part of how companies prepare their workers for the future. And it's through these more in-depth discussions that we find that content is just one piece of the puzzle. You need industry to adopt, you need people to adopt, you need individuals to adopt. And I think this is where Learning Hub can come in and actually be as that be a platform to be able to outreach and build those strong networks together with the global providers.
Okay, I'm trying to answer it based on what popped out in my mind. As I mentioned earlier, right? If you want to do R&D as a researcher, you must be willing to accept failure. That's why I respect the professor in the US, right? When I studying in the US, University of Texas, right? I know I work with my professor. He doesn't care whether he's going to succeed or fail. He just believes in what he's doing. So R&D failure is part of the life. Just like if you want to be an entrepreneur, it's like what King Boon tried to push for this industry entrepreneurship, right? If you want to be an entrepreneur, you think that every startup you join, you're going to be successful, you must be dreaming, right? It's not going to happen that way. So I think failure, it should be, I call it the next generation of mindset in Singapore, because we have been very successful steady for the last 50 years, right? But the new world we're facing right now, like COVID-19, the competitions are changing, the crises are all different. In fact, nobody knows how to deal with the crisis, even the US, right? So this is totally new. So we need to train creative mind, right? Who are ready to go and do it. And creative mind came from what? Lots of failure, right? You fail from many things. Of course, you must have success as well. So of course, then you need to put in the governance structure such that if you think it's okay to fail, that everybody just keep failing, then it's no good also. But if you think that everybody must succeed all the time, there's no failure, there's no innovation. So I think you find a balance, right? So I think that's where our Asian value is there. We always talk about balance. We are not extreme on one or the other. And where does this value come from? From our social science, from our philosophy, our thought leadership, you know, and our way we think about the world, right? So I think this is something I felt has to be addressed this way to solve the problem. I mean, I don't have the answer, but I think that's the way I like to think about the problem. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Chanpin, you want to jump in and reinforce this point? Do you have a view on your own?
I think if everybody is successful the first time, right? Okay, we're living in the perfect world, right? Okay. The reason why we do experiments and all this is because we need to learn from mistakes or learn from failure, learn from or past experiences, right? We always say every R&D project is about 20% success rate already, right? Typically, okay. So, you know, despite you read Wall Street Journal and you see, wow, everybody got, you know, hit $1 billion, you know, because of a fantastic idea, but behind it is maybe 99,000 people fail, right? Behind it, right? So I don't think we should glamorize always that success, okay, is always the path to success, right? You know, failures actually it's a good stepping stone to success, right? If you think about it, all right? So I think more importantly in a commercial world is that while we like to accept failures or learn from failures, we cannot keep repeating the same mistakes. And that's what I've been always emphasizing, right? Okay, if we had the same mistake in the next project or the next commercial idea that we have to learn from the last 3 ideas that we think, even those will fail. And we build on top of it. Okay, the third time, okay, we're going to be better now. We learned on the first, second, third, right? But if you keep repeating the same 1, 2, 3 again, then you basically, you know, pay all your school fees for nothing, right? So, and every R&D, we're not talking about, oh, you spend only $10,000 on a class, right? You could be spending, you know, $100 million on a project, right? And you have 3 projects, is 300 million. So just give you an example, right? So I think more importantly is we have to, you know, learn from those either mistakes or learn from those, you know, stepping stones, learn from those experiences, and you get better, right? Okay. So like every innovation product that we build, okay, we always have been building on building blocks. Okay. Whatever we learn or whatever software we built, we learn from it, we build on top of that, right? We don't recode everything, we don't redo everything. So we build on top of it. So all the 99% problems or 80% problems we're really eliminated, then we build on top of it. I mean, Microsoft today, Windows 10 is not built from, from zero. It was built from, if you remember, DOS 2.11, 3.11. Okay, Windows 3, if you remember Windows 3, we all have Windows 3. There were so many bugs. And then when Win 2K came about, there was $1 million. But today, I would say that, you know, Windows 10 or Windows, whatever that is, have learned a lot from whatever they have started from. So same thing. So that's one point I want to make, is that we have to learn from mistakes. We cannot keep repeating it. The second thing is, I think it goes back to our education system, right? Unfortunately, we are a perfectionist society. You must score so much for PSLE. You must score how many points for O level. You must score so many points for A level. You must get a president scholarship. You must be scholar. It's been, you know, the elitism something of a society that people who cannot catch up. Okay, if you put the Bill Gates and Steve Jobs into our Singapore culture, I'm sure they will fail miserably in their O level, A level. Okay, because these guys are innovation guys, and that's why they drop out from school, right? They drop out from universities and all that because they are innovation guys. But you put them part of the system. The problem is that when they make a mistake, oh, you go to this normal stream, you go to another stream, and then you somehow isolate them at a very young age, when some people could be excellent geniuses much later point in life. So again, it goes back to our education system, the way we streamline it. And because if you want to bring out a culture of innovation, into the universities, you need to start to have a little different style of approach of education, not just you must score how many A's, you must score how many points. You know, every time I talk to an O-level student, it's no longer, when my days was, 10 points, very good thing. Now people talk about single digit. Oh, I only got 4 points. Okay, I only got 3 points. Okay, so but it creates, a system where our people are only one mind, one side, one focus on academics, right? Versus on how does it, how do we have a different way of doing things, and how do we have a better, different idea, right? Again, it goes back to again, I'm not critical, but I'm saying that our systems have a lot of merits, so create a lot of bright students, but for some innovation way of doing things, we might need to do it a little bit differently, if you want to bring out a culture and all these things forward. All right, so I think this is kind of my perspective of it.
Great, thank you. So, King Boon, the pressure is on you right now. I see it.
Yes.
So we have innovation as a way forward, and there's a Chanpin and James are telling us there's a different approach versus the traditionalist school methods. Now, how does a university reconcile these two into a success story?
Well, this is a difficult question. I think, yes, everyone is still trying to find the right answer, yes. But university actually plays many roles, right? So of course most important thing is, the education part, right? We groom, the future, the next generation, right? Yeah, by imparting them, the know-how, the knowledge, the skill set, and of course, we also have the faculty, the professors, they also do research. So, well, I think we are trying to, balance everything together. Of course, now there's also another requirement for, to encourage entrepreneurship, encourage startups, students, going into, startups, trying to bring their passions, their know-how, technology into something that can be useful to the community. Yeah, so I don't have a good answer to your question, but I think if we are able to, I think the keyword is, collaboration. If we are able to, have open collaboration, open communications, and of course, at the same time, that's how we're talking about, failures, right? Success and failures. And I think, between that, one important element is actually, maybe I could call it, perseverance, yeah, means, the never give up kind of attitude. Then, yes, then that would probably then lead to a good outcome in terms of innovation, or maybe you talk about, enterprise startups. Yeah, so never give up, because I think, like what you say, right? The failures is always the mother of success, right? So, you need to have many, well, so-called failures, in order to reach the final big success. So if you don't realize your failure, right? Meaning if you don't give up, you will never become a failure, right? Yeah, you will push it forward, So that's why perseverance is important in my view. Yeah, and then hopefully, yes, you will lead to some desired outcome, yes, the success that you're waiting for. So the whole journey is important, and how to carry on the journey with the perseverance, I think is key. Hope I answered your question.
Yeah, sure. Okay, great. Thank you, gentlemen. Any parting thoughts?
Okay, this is James. Yeah, parting thought will be adding to what King Boon and Champing has mentioned. I think we talk about this whole failure thing, right? I like to conclude the following. There's actually methods to manage failure and not repeat error that Champing has come out. If you look at all the entrepreneurship methodology, this whole so-called lean startup method, right? You go through fast cycle time, you keep experimenting. It's okay to fail the experiments like Thomas Edison, but you learn from the experience as you go. So this cycle time of accumulation over time and building MVP, right? Minimum viable product. So these are actually well-known methods, okay? We need to teach our children, our student, our talent to think that way, including our professor. I would say it's important, right? So I think that is one element I think we need to go about. There are many thought leaders like Ray Dalio's on the principle, the book, right, that he wrote, actually talk about the same method in everything you do. It's not just about technology, right? Everything we do. That's why I say the soft part of the education, the philosophy, the mindset, how to build out yourself, your character, actually persistent that Kim Boon talked about, is actually the whole puzzle. Not just the core skill, but the whole mental strength and development. That is so important to make all these things happen. So I think, again, back to Champing, the education mindset, and the impact in the instillment of the knowledge, right? And then just something similar to that, maybe we need more, we have a lot of good top-down leadership. We need more bottom-up from our people to have independent mind, especially come to creativity and innovation. Yeah. So these are what I want to end with the thoughts. Yeah.
Right, Mr. Chanpin, any parting thoughts?
Yeah, so I think it summarizes very similar to what James and probably King Boon also do the same thing, right? Leadership is important. We as this generation of leadership, okay, need to kind of, give that opportunity for our younger people to grow and talent to, creativity, right? I think integrity, we talk a lot about our social systems, but I think Singapore has a very strong integrity in terms of systems, the governance and so forth. We need to continue to carry on. And more important is passion, right? We have to also have the passion to show that we want to collaborate with universities, we want students are successful. We really want the next generation to be really innovative, right? And of course, we talk a lot about the collaboration work, right? How to collaborate. Collaborate means opening up, right? So, I remember when I was in secondary school, I used to hold my textbook close. I don't want to share anything, right? The moment I photostat a lot of notes, I will keep everything to myself. I don't want to, because it was a very, I would say, you can say selfish or the inward culture, right? Everything I know, I keep it to myself. But in this world of fostering collaboration, we have to share, because when you share more, you learn more, okay? Because it's going to be vice versa both ways, right? And I think also, it's also part of the culture that we need to kind of, help to nurture, right? Because, like I said, everybody, today have a good set of notes they keep in a school bag and they bring home themselves. They don't even want to share, right? We need to really learn to be different if you want to share. We talk about international participation and collaboration. You want to share with, some great universities in the world. You have to start sharing what you know, and they can share back what they know, right? And not keep everything to yourself. Oh, we want to be the best country in the world. We want the best company in the world and everything, right? So, and I think the last thing is, the word creativity, right? We have to continue to just, give the environment of, creativity means letting people make mistakes. No ideas is a wrong idea. No idea is a bad idea, right? Okay, so let people express themselves and give the opportunity for them people to create something. Because like I said, we have been so one-sided minded. Okay, that sometimes any idea outside of idea is wrong idea. So maybe it's it's about being open to new ideas and let people to create. All right, those are my words. Thanks.
Great. King Boon, I see a lot of nods right there. You seem to be you're in agreement with everything that's being said so far.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Nothing for me. Thank you.
All right, great. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chong Chanpin, Dr. James Ong, Mr. Lim King Boon, Mr. Dylan Ng, and Mr. Brian Sun. Your perspectives this afternoon really helped us understand a little bit more about this industry-university collaboration and how we are paving the way forward for our future. So once again, thank you very much, gentlemen. We hope to catch you guys around.
Thank you, Julian.
Great. We have come to the end of the forum panel session. I hope our participants had informative takeaway on the perspectives of the panelists. Thank you, gentlemen, for the various perspectives. At this juncture, I'd like to thank our panelists for taking the time out of their busy schedules to share their valuable insights on industry-academia collaboration. I'm not sure about everyone else, but I certainly learned a lot from that conversation. Once again, I'd like to acknowledge our panel of sponsors for supporting this event. On behalf of SUTD, I'd like to thank them for their generous support. Coming up next, we'd like to present to you our next exciting lineup, the Industry Spotlight. It is a special time for our Platinum sponsors to share more about their companies and its capabilities. This year, we have with us LionSpot International and Oceania Robotics to share deeper insights about their companies. Participants can also click on the sponsors logo in this webinar, which will bring them to the Platinum Sponsors website to find out even more about them.
Hello, my name is Bernice. I'm from LionSpot. I'm part of the business development team. So today I'm going to share with you what LionSpot is all about and what kind of robots we have at the moment. Okay, so this is the deck that I'm going to share with you today. Right, so this is just some of the collaborations that LionSpot has with SUTD. The first one you can see is the staircase cleaning robot. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to market with this very shortly. So it's low cost and it acts as a cleaner as well as a security guard, and it's very energy efficient because what we do is instead of going from the bottom to the top of the stairs, we do it the other way around using gravity to make it more energy efficient. Then we also have the drain inspection robot. So this is very modular and very user friendly. This is another collaboration that LionSpot has with SUTD. A little bit about LionSpot. So LionSpot International was founded in February 2018. So we are a pretty young company. Our robots are designed and manufactured in Singapore. And we have quite a few global distributors currently. And as you can see at the bottom here, we actually have a 23-pager safety report to assure our partners that our robots have been tested and are safe to use. This is our philosophy, robots people love. So for us to be out there in the market, we have 4 tenets that we hold very close to our heart. The first one is high performance. So as a cleaning robot, the robot shouldn't perform worse off than what they are using now, which is the auto scrubber. So our robots should be performing as well as, if not even better, than what the companies or the users are using currently. Second one is a beautiful design. So normally cleaning is an industry that a lot of people avoid, because it's deemed as dirty. So we want to change the mindset of people. And with this, with LionSpot, our robots looks very friendly. And people actually do approach the cleaners or users to ask them more instead of avoiding them. And number 3, it just works. So it's very simple to use. It's fully app-based, and it's not rocket science. The fourth one is interactive personality. So besides being a cleaning robot, our robots can mingle with public. It can speak. It can sing. So it makes it very fun. Okay, so now I'm going to show you a video of us and the robots that we have.
Darren is a 925 hours robot operator from the future. He uses the Lions Clean app to manage his LionSpot cleaning robots. Leo Scrub specializes in scrubbing and drying floors. Designed to prevent collisions, she comes with a full suite of safety sensors. Deployment using the Lions Clean app is easy. Being nimble, she can access narrow doors and tight turns readily. Leo Mop cleans silently and uses 70% less water than other machines. Together with Leo Scrub, they form a smart team. Leo Vac cleans both hard floors and carpets. Besides the powerful cleaning performance, she brings joy and laughter everywhere. Leo Pool performs quick swap of 660-liter bins to dispose trash effortlessly. With 24/7 cloud support, Darren can get assistance anytime, anywhere. Darren's dream has become a reality today. Bringing you the robots people love, LionSpot.
All right, I hope you enjoyed the little video that we have. So in LionSpot, we have 4 distinct models of the cleaning family. The first one is a Leo Scrub. So it can work up to 5 hours continuously on a single charge. The other one we have is a vacuum robot. It can work up to 6 hours on a single charge. The next two you see, they can see here is the Leo Mop and Leo Poo, and it can work up to 20 hours on a single charge. The reason why that Leo Mop and Leo Poo can work so much more, although they're using the same battery, is because for Leo Mop and Leo Poo, there is no vacuum motor in it. That's why it can work longer than the Scrub and the Vac. So with these 4 robots, it makes up the cleaning family of LionSpot. And we want to get robots to be part of the workforce in the near future, because machines are no longer just tools, but it should be more of an assistant to the users and the customers as well. So with LionSpot robots, we can maximize productivity. A single operator can control multiple robots on one single app. So it's very easy to use. And then we can scale as we grow. We use cloud. So the robots will take information from cloud when it's at location. So we don't have to go to the robot individually to tell them exactly what to do. They will be able to get all the required information from cloud and start cleaning as soon as they get the information. Right. So with our LionSpot, it can actually improve the perception of how people view cleaners. So cleaners are, they can be known as a robot operator now instead of just cleaners. And then at the bottom left, we actually have 7 different parameters that you can adjust to achieve very good cleaning. So with all this, all these different kind of parameters that we actually set, we can achieve very, very, effective, can achieve very good cleaning. So this actually makes a difference between us as a robot as well as a, the normal auto scrubber, because the traditional auto scrubbers, right, you cannot adjust any of the settings. And also we have a reporting system. So on the dashboard, the users can actually see what the robot has done, the activities of the robot. You can actually see where he has cleaned, how long it was there, and the area it has cleaned. And then because LionSpot is the manufacturer, they have complete peace of mind as we have everything that you need right here in Singapore and with us. So we have the schematics of whatever we have for the robot. So there is no issue about like they say 5 years from now, the robots, we have upgraded the robots. How about the robots, like version 1 robots? Do you choose to have the things needed to repair it? Yes, we do have it because we are the manufacturer. So we do have some, our robots are pretty intelligent. So they have like AI, active track technology in it. You can identify obstacles. So basically, it can differentiate between humans and objects, right? And we do not record any videos. So PDPA is definitely, we will assure our customers that PDPA is, we comply to PDPA basically, yeah. And we also have a very close wall following mode. The next few slides will be actually videos to show you our robot's intelligence. So this is how the what the robot sees and how you differentiate a person as well as the object, which is the cone here. So you can see it's actively tracking my colleague over there as the person. Even when it's out of the line of sight, it's still actively, tracking him. Okay, and the next thing is because it differentiates, objects and humans. So now it only talks to human if the humans get in its way. So let's see a video about it. So okay, see here it detected the cone, but it didn't ask the cone to get out of her way. After avoiding the cone, the robot continued cleaning. So now the robot detected my colleague Wesley as a human. That's why it asked him to move. This is how our robot is able to detect very low-lying objects of the pallet there. It sees it and it can dynamically avoid it. And this is another one to show how it avoids obstacles that comes in its way. So it's planning its path very smoothly. And this is the wall following mode. You can see how close it gets to the wall. It's able to detect the pot of plants there. That's why it shifted up a little bit. And then after, it's going to move back closer to the wall. And you can see the fire extinguisher that's sticking out. Our robot is able to detect it and avoid it. Okay, I hope you enjoyed those videos. I mean, personally, I really like the dynamic obstacle avoidance one, whereby my colleague just slide out boxes to, tease the robots. Okay, so we have live reports. So basically, this is how the users will see the phone app. So after cleaning a certain area, some cleaning areas, they're able to see exactly, how much they have cleaned, how long it took to clean that area, and during that point in time, did it greet anybody? There's some statistics that they look at, as well as the management themselves can actually use this data to do some analysis. So on the right, you can see this is actually the web dashboard that we have. So it's a little bit more, there are more details basically for the management to look at how with robots, it actually improved the cleaning rounds, the cleaning efficiency. And with these reports that's available, a lot of people will use it like maybe for audit, purposes. And then you can see here in the report on the top section, you can actually see the users that have been using the robot. And now, because of the COVID-19, we actually have a new product that's Leo Ray. So Leo Ray is an automated disinfection solution that we have created. In fact, today, 1st of July, we have our first deployment of Leo Ray at the shopping mall. So this is a render for Leo Ray. And okay, so current practices is, if there is like, let's say, a suspected COVID case somewhere. So what happens is the cleaner will have to don on PPE, the mask and everything, go in to do a first round of cleaning. But all this, there's a risk involved, and most people wouldn't be willing to be exposed to such risk. So it's dangerous working conditions. And then for humans to clean all these areas, right, it's very tedious to ensure a very good area coverage to make sure that the place is rid of all these viruses or bacteria. So for autonomous disinfection robot, what happens is for the personnel, for the cleaners, basically, it reduces their risk exposure by a lot. And they don't have to don on the PPE anymore. In fact, they just need a mask, or just wear a mask if they want to clean the area after the robot has disinfected the area. And with this, right, it kind of, enhance the morale, because they know that they are not so exposed to such risk, as well as they know their family, their loved ones, they won't be exposed as well. So for disinfection quality, with a robot, the disinfection frequency can be increased. Let's say, for example, a hospital room, after every patient checkout, the robot can go in to do a round of disinfection. And the area coverage is very comprehensive, as well as there's high virus cure rate. So we need to understand a little bit about UV. So there are different types of UV. There are 3 kinds of UV actually. So UVA and UVB are those that we actually are exposed to. UVA more so than UVB. As well, but for UVC we are not exposed to it because it's very harmful to us. It can be found in outer space. So how UVC actually kill viruses is it breaks down its RNA, so it can no longer multiply. And there were a lot of research on UV effectiveness ever since the SARS virus that happened in 2003 actually. The UVC robot is essential in total disinfection, and it has been used in hospital all this while, just that it is not autonomous. So if it's not autonomous, the cleaners still have to enter the area of with high risk. But with a robot, what happens is the cleaners can actually drive the robot in, so it's touchless, without entering the room himself or herself. So in that way, they are not exposed to all the viruses that is in the room currently, right? And it complements wipe down. So wipe downs is still required, just that this robot will do the first round of disinfection. And you can see that it's very useful for suspected COVID cases. Basically, let's say if this place, there's a suspected COVID case, you don't have to evacuate the entire building. You just probably need to bring the robot into this area to do a round of disinfection first, thereafter a wipe down. So, you don't have to evacuate everybody out of the building itself. And it saves time because, the cleaners don't have to get the PPE, get them ready, to go in. Then after when they come out, they still do a round of, cleaning before they are considered clean from the virus. And the UPC robot is useful in many places. So it's like hospital, homes, toilets, even hotels room especially. So libraries is maybe like the books because these are high touch points. Airports definitely, subways, large offices where we are doing a lot of hot desking in the moment. So a lot of people are sharing the same desk. And if you don't do a thorough cleaning, contamination is highly possible. Supermarkets as well as shopping malls. So this is just some key specs of our Leo Ray. It's pretty light at 80 kg, but it's not portable. Yeah. The charging time is about 2 hours, same as all our robots. All our robots use the same kind of battery and battery charger. So this makes our robots very scalable. And we have proprietary tubes that we actually made with a vendor. So it's 4, but because it's U tubes, so it performs as if it's 8 tubes of UVC lights. Right? The UVC wavelength is 254 nanometer. So this is the amount that is required to properly disinfect viruses and bacteria. Okay. So for our Leo Ray, you can operate it either map or mapless, meaning you can do it autonomously, or you can actually drive it around the area you're going to disinfect. So how do we evaluate the efficiency of a UVC, right? So you can see that in the middle, the picture, that we have this dosimeter that we use. So basically what this do is the sticker will actually absorb the UVC. And it will change color as to the amount of UVC it absorbs. So you can actually see that, right, if it turns to the pink color in the middle, it means it kills all the MRSA viruses. This is actually all the hospital-related viruses. And if it turns to a darker color, you'll be killing the C. diff viruses. C. diff viruses includes COVID-19 and SARS viruses, right? So what we do is we will plan like all these waypoints that you can see here. So basically the robots will move, stop at this area, disinfect, and then move to the next point again. So because it's UVC lights, when we deploy this UV robot, there shouldn't be any humans or pets in that area. Just some video of our Leo Ray when we're doing demo. You can see how it powered up and start moving around autonomously in the pantry. So one thing about UVC is, although it's dangerous to humans, but if you have a glass or an object or wall that separates between you and the light, you will not the light will not penetrate through those glass or wall, so you'll be safe. This is another video. These are the mall area. You can see that people are actually standing outside the glass, so they're actually safe from UVC light. So basically, we have been doing quite a few demos on our Leo Ray because of the pandemic, and everybody is anxious about how clean their area. So with this UVC, it actually gives this is a shopping mall, the shoppers a peace of mind, knowing that this mall has been thoroughly disinfected. So you can see from different angle how the robots actually move. And this is the dynamic obstacle avoidance of the Liuwei. It's built on the same platform as our cleaning robots. So they use the same kind of sensors. They have sonars right at the bottom. So you can see moving away from the box seamlessly. And the pallet as well. So with dynamic obstacle avoidance that our robot has, it actually assures our users that it's very safe to use. Like our robots wouldn't just bang into walls, bang into people's, run over people's toes. Okay. So the LionsBot Liuwei journey. So basically, this is a workflow of how the Liuwei actually works, right? So you power it up, you check it, perform all the pre-operational checks, basically to check that the UV tubes are not broken. Then you localize the robots, as for all robots, and you can send it to work. Yeah, right. So when the robot disinfects, the operator doesn't be there. The robot will just autonomously disinfect the area that it has to disinfect. Once done, it will actually tell the operator here that it has completed its job, and your operator can send it home remotely or charge it for the next run. That's all I have for you. Thank you for joining me, and I hope it has been useful to you.
And that concludes our morning session. We'll be taking a break and shall return with the afternoon segment at 1:30 p.m. See you then.
Welcome to SUTD First Industry Workshop 2019. We will never be able to be successful again if everything remains status quo. And that's the reason why we need to change. Of course, when we make changes, there will be a lot of resistance at the bottom. First is a beautiful acronym, and it stands for Fostering Industrial Research Success Together. It is an event for the industry. Today, it is not just an event for the industry, but also we want to work with the industry to achieve success.
But Singapore is living proof, actually, that we've moved beyond and that we're in a new age of collaborative innovation efficiencies.
We will bear witness to an MOU signing between SUTD and M1 to embark on joint research and innovation activities within the domains of 5G technology. We are privileged to witness another MOU signing between SUTD and the Singapore Semiconductor Industry Association, or SSIA, to embark on joint research and innovation activities involving artificial intelligence in IC design.
Technology is for everyone, so it's important that both sides of humanity are well represented.
It's about trying to get our local SMEs to pick up Industry 4.0 to truly transform our local manufacturing base.
Event actually gave me a lot of opportunities and insight such that it allows me to be prepared for the industry.
It's a good initiative that's organized by SUTD to bring together all the companies.
We had a lot of chances to meet up with our students as well as industry partners.
It's very beneficial that a lot of institutes of higher learning, research center from A-Star and the industries company coming together to listen and share their knowledge and opinions and know-how about the new emerging technology in the industry.
It was very exciting to be able to present about innovation and about SMART and about how we could collaborate with SUTD in the future.
We are constantly talking about the rising levels of the ocean, and us being within an island, we need to think about which futures we will be inhabiting and how to design for those futures. A future where the water has risen so much that the new structures need to float within the water in order for the kind of community to be able to migrate towards this island. Our research lab is called Form Axioms. It is based in SUTD. We have used the topic of interest in Form Axioms to also develop the work with the students in the various option studios, always regarding an exploration of the oceans and the condition that the oceans will provide us in, say, 100 years through all the climate crisis that we are very much discussing right now. The Shenzhen Hong Kong Biennale is of particular importance for SUTD because this particular particular biennale is called The Eyes of the City, and is about the inclusion of new technologies into the way in which we live. And within those, there is one particular district that has a topic that is about water. So I think it's a very appropriate place for our school to be embedded into it, in this kind of a conversation. The big task of the design was how to include in it models of different scales, of different option studios, AR, VR, and also videos and projections. And so we created a big plinth, which is about 180 square meters. Is almost like a floating, very sculptural piece that cantilevers, and it has recesses for all the models. The piece is completely painted in black because the space is also darked out. So the idea is that all the models will feel almost like floating within the space. It really pushes us to think about architecture and architectural design, urban design, not as being now and here, but it kind of requests from us that we think about a future.
Transportation is responsible for a quarter of the world's global CO2 emissions. This is a greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming. About 3/4 of that is due to road transport. This means the cars and trucks that we use to get our goods and to move around. The world vehicle population is about 1.3 billion vehicles today, and it's expected to grow to 2 billion vehicles by year 2050. Freight transport demand is expected to grow 3 times around the same time frame. So the challenge is really how to address this growth in demand. How can we make sure that we fulfill these travel needs sustainably? So my research at SUTD looks at sustainable urban mobility. We are interested in different ways to reduce the environmental impact of transport in our city. One of the most recent projects we did was to look at freight transport, or the movement of goods in the city, and we're thinking of different ways to optimize the movement. So one thing we found out through the research study was that trucks actually idle quite a fair bit, and also are not fully loaded most of the time, and these are signs of inefficiencies that we're trying to correct. There are several things that we can do as an individual to reduce the environmental impact of transport. First is to avoid car travel wherever possible. So this means adopting virtual meetings instead of physical meetings, or walking, cycling, and taking public transport like the bus or MRT. If we were to take taxi or private hire rides, we can consider sharing the rides. The average car occupancy is only about 1.7 passengers, which is fairly low. A car can actually take on more passengers, so share the ride when you can. Another thing we can do if we were to opt for car travel is to consider using smaller or lighter vehicles that's more efficient than bigger and heavier ones, or even consider the use of hybrid vehicles, which are more efficient. In terms of online shopping, consumers can also make a difference by choosing maybe not so urgent deliveries, or having their deliveries sent to delivery lockers. So this reduces the risk of missed deliveries and extra trips that have to happen. So small choices like that can actually make a difference as well.
We produce 300 million tons of plastic every year, and 90% is actually missed, it's not recovered. It ends in oceans or ends in landfills. Plastic per se is not bad. I mean, plastic was invented in the 1930s, and since then, actually, most of our development, in the last century cannot be understood without the benefits that plastic brought into society. The problem is actually also how society has become added to this material, and the amount that we are producing, and this lack of integration into the natural systems. We are not trying to remove plastic. We are not trying to go back 100 years on technology. What we are trying is completely the opposite. What we are trying to do is to bring materials that they outperform plastic in many senses. They open like new possibilities, and they enable to make engineering in a society that moves around biology, and by definition that society will be sustainable. So take, for example, the case of FLAM, right? The material that we made in collaboration with Stilianos. So this material is not only strong, but again, since we never modify the composition, like respect the natural molecules, it's actually perfectly integrated in the ecology of Earth. So FLAM is made out of cellulose and chitin. They are like the most abundant and second most abundant organic polymers on Earth. Cellulose is well known for everybody, is everywhere in green plants, right? Chitin is less known because of the lack of industrial uses. Chitin, for example, is the cells of the insects. The protective exoskeleton of the insect is made mostly of chitins. Same thing for molluscus and the sea cells. Actually, they are also made of chitin. So it's a molecule that nature is using in very different areas to make strong protective materials. In the Fermat lab, the lab that I lead in SUTD, we focus on the integration of biology in other engineering fields. We are setting the ground to what we call the biomaterial age, where biology will link and integrate with other engineering fields to bring them to the next level. In the case of plastic, what we are determining is to actually break this cycle of production and consumption of plastic in a non-sustainable way. And what we're trying to do is to set a new paradigm that is based on biological materials, where your materials are produced, manufactured into products, and degrade in closed regional areas. And actually they have like this kind of circular economy society embedded into the material itself.
I like hawker center because I like to hang out with my friends and my family.
We like hawker centers because it's affordable and there's a wide variety of food available there.
I like the hawker center because of the local coffee.
I like hawker centers because of the food that gets passed down generation to generation through their recipes.
In Singapore, food is very important, and hawker centers is the place where people celebrate food in community. So we think this is a subject of study for us, and we think that the hawker centers could be further explored and incorporate new things to make them more exciting and more relevant in the future. Hawker centers now are under the pressure of the food courts and the malls. So the question would be, how can we make them relevant again? How can we incorporate new things? How can we change and tweak the existing spaces so that they are relevant and attractive for people and to face the new challenges that Singapore is undergoing? So part of the research I'm doing in SUTD is related to sustainable space making by using digital tools. So digital tools for architecture is the way that we can integrate data with design intentions. So we can merge very objective information with our intuition to really create sustainable spaces. So we can actually design geometries that are self-shaded and create cross-ventilation that are utilizing more our resources, natural resources and energy, and to address more complex challenges. The challenges in the future, I think, would make the hawker centers be more integrated and articulated with society. So it's not a room where people go, it's more a space that is more connected, more open, and also more sustainable. So I see the hawker centers like something closer to a park than a room within a building.
Some people may feel that the flipped classroom may not be such a good idea because you are unable to consult the prof in real time whenever you're in doubt.
It's mostly us learning by ourselves without much guidance from our professors.
Some students might think that there's no class, I can just watch the video at home.
Since it's learning on our end and we still have school, we kind of take it as something extra, like extra work for us to do.
Flipped classroom means that you're actually bringing some of this learning back to the students. We transform an hour of actual physical lecture into a flipped classroom. And this is usually done in a way that it is a pre-activity. So the students are expected to learn certain concepts through the lesson material online, outside of classroom, before they come to the classroom. And when they come to the classroom, these concepts will be further explored and applied in the classroom. Having spent more than a decade doing actual physical lab research, right? So this was my research in bone tissue engineering. When I switched fields, now that I'm a lecturer and I went to class, somehow the passion for research was still in me, which is why I decided to embark on a full-on research, pedagogical investigation about the effectiveness of the flipped classroom. From the research that we did at SUTD in 2015, this was just a flipped classroom model but without peer instruction. So I didn't have the assessment component, neither did we have the peer-to-peer discussion. And we found that it didn't work so well. And so in the following year, and this is after the talk by Eric Mazur, we decided that we will try putting in some things that he has said. And so this quiz, peer-to-peer discussion and a quiz again, reduced the anxiety that the students felt. They actually looked forward to learning, and we find that from our experimental results, actually 80% of them received a full score for the second quiz, which means that the peer-to-peer discussion really made a significant difference and that they learned very well from each other. Many institutes have tried flipped classroom, but sadly all they do is they throw in some videos and then maybe a quiz. And so for our students at SUTD, for the flipped classroom, they actually have, I would like to call it a package, a flipped classroom package, where they get the video recordings, the PowerPoint slides, as well as a keyword list. When we actually prepare flipped classroom lesson material, we take many things into consideration. So for example, we ensure that we break each lecture into maybe 4 to 5 mini lectures, which are about 10 to 15 minutes long. The other thing that we've included is this thing called concept quiz. So every time a concept is taught, so at the end of every mini lecture, there are a few questions that directly assess the learning objective. Because we've been testing them on a weekly basis, that by the time it comes to the exam, right, they are maybe desensitized, or you can say completely prepared. We did see an increase in exam scores that was significant over the years after the implementation of flipped classroom with peer instruction. We also saw that the students were punctual for class because we made sure that the quizzes were, it starts at the beginning of class. They were actually present, right? So that helps with absenteeism as well. So the rationale for designing a flipped classroom is really the fact that we wanted to push some of the learning back to the students. We want them to have this self-directed learning skill. Every time we run this course, we actually collect feedback to make this learning experience better for the students. One of the things that we are also exploring is to see if we can use certain gamified lab simulations. So we are interested to see how we can use this or even games as a pre-activity, which I'm sure the students will find fun and engaging.
For flipped classroom, the e-learning, you are able to digest the information at your own pace.
It encourages self-learning.
I feel that flipped classroom is actually a good idea because it allowed us to go back and check all those concepts that we couldn't catch in class.
Many people are concerned about recycling in Singapore today. I think one of the main reasons is people see that the landfill on Semakau will be full very soon in 2035, and they're worried about that. However, what people are often less aware about is the role the informal sector plays in recycling. And some statistics show that informal recyclers, which includes Karanguni and charities, collect as much as 90% of the waste recycled by households. At the same time, we've found in our own social research that the informal sector is facing different kinds of challenges today. One area is because of changes in the built environment, it's difficult for Karanguni to connect with households. Also because of people's changing work schedules when they're at home. So we took that insight from our research and tried to put that into a design project to look at how we could utilize technology to redesign the informal sector rather than the way that technology is often used, which is to disrupt or displace traditional systems like this. From that design research project, we developed an app for smartphones, which we called Honk. We then piloted the app in 3 neighborhoods in Singapore with over 200 users and 3 Kanguni. From that, we found a new series of challenges that were unexpected for us. In particular, we found that Kanguni rely on various ways of aggregating materials, and our app did not provide that. So what we're looking at now is how to combine aggregation with the app, either through something like a smart bin system or through social institutions like maybe a neighborhood committee.
Advances in material science often lead to huge increases in productivity and advancements in society. If you think about it, it's like the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, they're all named after materials. And more recently, silicon and glass optical fiber led to the computer and the internet. So you can see that these technologies have had a profound impact on the way that humans live and behave, and also fueled the economy to a certain extent. And therefore, it's very important that we continue to design, discover and develop new materials. So we're studying chalcogenide materials. These are materials that substantially consist of sulfur, selenium and tellurium, and they have fascinating properties. One of the properties I like and study the most is their phase change property, so they can exist in multiple states at room temperature. This is very different to most materials. Here we have an opportunity to switch them and use those to make devices that have switchable properties. So you might have experienced chalcogenides, especially if you're my age, when we were recording most of our data onto DVDs and CDs. They were actually the active layer in the rewritable CDs in the 90s and noughties. These materials have a number of applications aside from the technological applications that we're looking at in Actilab. For instance, chalcogenides are often used in solar cells, and they're used in thermoelectrics, also semiconductor devices as well. So in our group, we're moving away from some of the more traditional chalcogenide materials that other groups are looking at for data storage, and rethinking some materials that were once discarded for data storage applications and applying them to photonics. One of the big advantages of our group is that we can go through the whole process from conceiving an idea for a material, simulating it, testing it in the lab, or trying to create it and test it in the lab, and then fabricating a device. So we don't only do device design and we don't only do materials design, we do the 2 things in conjunction, and this gives us an extra degree of freedom because we're no longer limited by off-the-shelf materials or pre-existing designs. We can design the materials and design the devices synchronously for a specific application. We've recently found a material that has a very high transmissivity in the visible spectrum, and this is really useful for display technologies. We're currently working with A*STAR, other universities in Singapore, to create holographic displays and beam steering devices based on these materials. And hopefully one day we'll all have a chalcogenide holographic display in our living rooms.
We are constantly talking about the rising levels of the ocean, and us being within an island, we need to think about which futures we will be inhabiting and how to design for those futures. A future where the water has risen so much that the new structures need to float within the water in order for the kind of community to be able to migrate towards this island. Our research lab is called Form Actions. It is based in SUTD. We have used the topic of interest in Form Actions to also develop the work with the students in the various option studios, always regarding an exploration of the oceans and the condition that the oceans will provide us in, say, 100 years through all the climate crisis that we are very much discussing right now. The Shenzhen Hong Kong Biennale is of particular importance for SUTD because this particular Biennale is called The Eyes of the City and is about the inclusion of new technologies into the way in which we live, and within those there is one particular district that has a topic that is about water. So I think it's a very appropriate place for our school to be embedded into it, in this kind of a conversation. The big task of the design was how to include in it models of different scales, of different option studios, AR, VR, and also videos and projections. And so we created a big plinth, which is about 180 square meters. Is almost like a floating, very sculptural piece that cantilevers, and it has recesses for all the models. The piece is completely painted in black because the space is also be darked out. So the idea is that all the models will feel almost like floating within the space. It really pushes us to think about architecture and architectural design, urban design, not as being now and here, but it kind of requests from us that we think about a future.
Transportation is responsible for a quarter of the world's global CO2 emissions. This is a greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming. About 3/4 of that is due to road transport. This means the cars and trucks that we use to get our goods and to move around. The world vehicle population is about 1.3 billion vehicles today, and it's expected to grow to 2 billion vehicles by year 2050. Freight transport demand is expected to grow 3 times around the same time frame. So the challenge is really how to address this growth in demand. How can we make sure that we fulfill these travel needs sustainably? So my research at SUTD looks at sustainable urban mobility. We are interested in different ways to reduce the environmental impact of transport in our city. One of the most recent projects we did was to look at freight transport or the movement of goods in the city. And we're thinking of different ways to optimize the movement. So one thing we found out through the research study was that trucks actually idle quite a fair bit and also are not fully loaded most of the time, and these are signs of inefficiencies that we're trying to correct. There are several things that we can do as an individual to reduce the environmental impact of transport. First is to avoid car travel wherever possible. So this means adopting virtual meetings instead of physical meetings, or walking, cycling, and taking public transport like the bus or MRT. If we were to take taxi or private hire rides, we can consider sharing the rides. The average car occupancy is only about 1.7 passengers, which is fairly low. A car can actually take on more passengers, so share the ride when you can. Another thing we can do if we were to opt for car travel is to consider using smaller or lighter vehicles that's more efficient than bigger and heavier ones, or even consider the use of hybrid vehicles, which are more efficient. In terms of online shopping, consumers can also make a difference by choosing maybe not so urgent deliveries or having their deliveries sent to delivery lockers. So this reduces the risk of missed deliveries and extra trips that have to happen. So small choices like that can actually make a difference as well.
We produce 300 million tons of plastic every year, and 90% is actually missed, it's not recovered. It ends in oceans or ends in landfills. Plastic per se is not bad. I mean, plastic was invented in the 1930s, and since then, actually, most of our development in the last century cannot be understood without the benefits that plastic brought into society. The problem is actually also how society has become added to this material and the amount that we are producing and this lack of integration into the natural systems. We are not trying to remove plastic. We are not trying to go back 100 years on technology. What we are trying is completely the opposite. What we are trying to do is to bring materials that they outperform plastic in many senses. They open like new possibilities, and they enable to make engineering in a society that moves around biology, and by definition that society will be sustainable. So take, for example, the case of FLAM, right? The material that we made in collaboration with Stilianos. So this material is not only strong, but again, since we never modify the composition, like respect the natural molecules, it's actually perfectly integrated in the ecology of Earth. So FLAM is made out of cellulose and chitin. They are like the most abundant and second most abundant organic polymers on Earth. Cellulose is well known for everybody, is everywhere in green plants, right? Chitin is less known because of the lack of industrial uses. Chitin, for example, is the cells of the insects. The protective exoskeleton of the insect is made mostly of chitins. Same thing for molluscus and the sea cells. Actually, they are also made of chitin. So it's a molecule that nature is using in very different areas to make strong protective materials. In the Fermat lab, the lab that I lead in SUTD, we focus on the integration of biology in other engineering fields. We are setting the ground to what we call the biomaterial age, where biology will link and integrate with other engineering fields to bring them to the next level. In the case of plastic, what we are determined is to actually break this cycle of production and consumption of plastic in a non-sustainable way. And what we're trying to do is to set a new paradigm that is based on biological materials, where your materials are produced, manufactured into products, and degrade in closed regional areas. And actually they have like this kind of circular economy society embedded into the material itself.
Advances in materials science often lead to huge increases in productivity and advancements in society. If you think about it, it's like the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, they're all named after materials. And more recently, silicon and glass optical fiber led to the computer and the internet. So you can see that these technologies have had a profound impact on the way that humans live and behave, and also fueled the economy to a certain extent. And therefore, it's very important that we continue to design, discover and develop new materials. So we're studying chalcodrenide materials. These are materials that substantially consist of sulfur, selenium and tellurium, and they have fascinating properties. One of the properties I like and study the most is their phase change property, so they can exist in multiple states at room temperature. This is very different to most materials. Here we have an opportunity to switch them and use those to make devices that have switchable properties. So you might have experienced chalcodrenides, especially if you're my age, when we were recording most of our data onto DVDs and CDs. They were actually the active layer in the rewritable CDs in the 90s and noughties. These materials have a number of applications aside from the technological applications that we're looking at in Actilab. For instance, chalcodrenides are often used in solar cells, and they're used in thermoelectrics, also semiconductor devices as well. So in our group, we're moving away from some of the more traditional chalcodrenide materials that other groups are looking at for data storage, and rethinking some materials that were once discarded for data storage applications and applying them to photonics. One of the big advantages of our group is that we can go through the whole process from conceiving an idea for a material, simulating it, testing it in the lab, or trying to create it and test it in the lab, and then fabricating a device. So we don't only do device design and we don't only do materials design, we do the two things in conjunction, and this gives us an extra degree of freedom because we're no longer limited by off-the-shelf materials or pre-existing designs. We can design the materials and design the devices synchronously for a specific application. We've recently found a material that has a very high transmissivity in the visible spectrum, and this is really useful for display technologies. We're currently working with A*STAR, other universities in Singapore, to create holographic displays and beam steering devices based on these materials. And hopefully one day we'll all have a chalcogenide holographic display in our living rooms.
Some people may feel that the flipped classroom may not be such a good idea because you are unable to consult the prof in real time whenever you're in doubt.
It's mostly us learning by ourselves without much guidance from our professors.
Some students might think that there's no class, I can just watch the video at home.
Since it's learning on our end and we still have school, we kind of take it as something extra, like extra work for us to do.
Flipped classroom means that you're actually bringing some of this learning back to the students. We transform an hour of actual physical lecture into a flipped classroom. And this is usually done in a way that it is a pre-activity. So the students are expected to learn certain concepts through the lesson material online, outside of classroom, before they come to the classroom. And when they come to the classroom, these concepts will be further explored and applied in the classroom. Having spent more than a decade doing actual physical lab research, right? So this was my research in bone tissue engineering. When I switched fields, now that I'm a lecturer and I went to class, somehow the passion for research was still in me, which is why I decided to embark on a full-on research, pedagogical investigation about the effectiveness of the flipped classroom. From the research that we did at SUTD in 2015, this was just a flipped classroom model but without peer instruction. So I didn't have the assessment component, neither did we have the peer-to-peer discussion. And we found that it didn't work so well. And so in the following year, and this is after the talk by Eric Mazur, we decided that we will try putting in some things that he has said. And so this quiz, peer-to-peer discussion and a quiz again, reduced the anxiety that the students felt. They actually looked forward to learning, and we find that from our experimental results, actually 80% of them received a full score for the second quiz, which means that the peer-to-peer discussion really made a significant difference and that they learn very well from each other. Many institutes have tried flipped classroom, but sadly all they do is they throw in some videos and then maybe a quiz. And so for our students at SUTD, for the flipped classroom, they actually have, I would like to call it a package, a flipped classroom package, where they get the video recordings, the PowerPoint slides, as well as a keyword list. When we actually prepare flipped classroom lesson material, we take many things into consideration. So for example, we ensure that we break each lecture into maybe 4 to 5 mini lectures, which are about 10 to 15 minutes long. The other thing that we've included is this thing called concept quiz. So every time a concept is taught, so at the end of every mini lecture, there are a few questions that directly assess the learning objective. Because we've been testing them on a weekly basis, that by the time it comes to the exam, right, they are maybe desensitized, or you can say completely prepared. We did see an increase in exam scores that was significant over the years after the implementation of flipped classroom with peer instruction. We also saw that the students were punctual for class because we made sure that the quizzes were, it starts at the beginning of class. They were actually present, right? So that helps with our absenteeism as well. So the rationale for designing a flipped classroom is really the fact that we wanted to push some of the learning back to the students. We want them to have this self-directed learning skill. Every time we run this course, we actually collect feedback to make this learning experience better for the students. One of the things that we are also exploring is to see if we can use certain gamified lab simulations. So we are interested to see how we can use this or even games as a pre-activity, which I'm sure the students will find fun and engaging.
For flipped classroom, the e-learning, you are able to digest the information at your own pace.
It encourages self-learning.
I feel that flipped classroom is actually a good idea because it allowed us to go back and check all those concepts that we couldn't catch in class.
I like hawker centre because I like to hang out with my friends and my family.
We like hawker centres because it's affordable and there's a wide variety of food available there.
I like the hawker centre because of the local kopi.
I like hawker centres because of the food that gets passed down generation to generation through their recipes.
In Singapore, food is very important, and hawker centers is the place where people celebrate food in community. So we think this is a subject of study for us, and we think that the hawker centers could be further explored and incorporate new things to make them more exciting and more relevant in the future. Hawker centers now are under the pressure of the food courts and the malls. So the question would be, how can we make them relevant again? How can we incorporate new things? How can we change and tweak the existing spaces so that they are relevant and attractive for people and to face the new challenges that Singapore is undergoing? So part of the research I'm doing in SUTD is related to sustainable space making by using digital tools. So digital tools for architecture is the way that we can integrate data with design intentions. So we can merge very objective information with our intuition to really create sustainable spaces. So we can actually design geometries that are self-shaded and create cross-ventilation that are utilizing more our resources, natural resources and energy, and to address more complex challenges. The challenges in the future, I think, would make the hawker centers be more integrated and articulated with society. So it's not a room where people go, it's more a space that is more connected, more open, and also more sustainable. So I see the hawker centers like something closer to a park than a room within a building.
Advances in materials science often lead to huge increases in productivity and advancements in society. If you think about it, it's like the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, they're all named after materials. And more recently, silicon and glass optical fiber led to the computer and the internet. So you can see that these technologies have had a profound impact on the way that humans live and behave, and also fueled the economy to a certain extent. And therefore, it's very important that we continue to design, discover and develop new materials. So we're studying chalcogenide materials. These are materials that substantially consist of sulfur, selenium and tellurium, and they have fascinating properties. One of the properties I like and study the most is their phase change property, so they can exist in multiple states at room temperature. This is very different to most materials. Here we have an opportunity to switch them and use those to make devices that have switchable properties. So you might have experienced chalcogenides, especially if you're my age, when we were recording most of our data onto DVDs and CDs. They were actually the active layer in the rewritable CDs in the 90s and noughties. These materials have a number of applications aside from the technological applications that we're looking at in Actilab. For instance, chalcogenides are often used in solar cells, and they're used in thermoelectrics, also semiconductor devices as well. So in our group, we're moving away from some of the more traditional chalcogenide materials that other groups are looking at for data storage, and rethinking some materials that were once discarded for data storage applications and applying them to photonics. One of the big advantages of our group is that we can go through the whole process from conceiving an idea for a material, simulating it, testing it in the lab, or trying to create it and test it in the lab, and then fabricating a device. So we don't only do device design and we don't only do materials design, we do the two things in conjunction, and this gives us an extra degree of freedom because we're no longer limited by off-the-shelf materials or pre-existing designs. We can design the materials and design the devices synchronously for a specific application. We've recently found a material that has a very high transmissivity in the visible spectrum, and this is really useful for display technologies. We're currently working with A-Star, other universities in Singapore, to create holographic displays and beam steering devices based on these materials. And hopefully one day we'll all have a chalcogenide holographic display in our living rooms.
Good afternoon everyone and welcome back to the 2020th edition of First Industry Workshop. Earlier this morning we heard from both Dr. Biki Banggo, President for Southeast Asia and South Korea, Rolls-Royce, and Mr. Nicholas Ma, CEO, Huawei International Private Limited, in their wonderful keynote addresses. We also learned from our esteemed panelists in the forum panel discussion on their perspectives on industry-academia collaboration. The morning session ended off with the Industry Spotlight, where our Platinum sponsors showcase their innovations and capabilities. If you have missed this morning's session, we will be posting a recording on the First Industry Workshop website. For the afternoon session, we will be focusing on the research competition and poster showcase. The research competition was open to individual registrants who are SUTD postgraduate students, SUTD postdoctoral fellows, or SUTD research staff. For the research competition, participants worked on one of the following categories: Advanced Manufacturing and Engineering, where researchers explore new solutions and products that will improve the productivity of and add new capabilities to Singapore's economic sectors, for example, aviation, healthcare, additive manufacturing, and electronics. Digital Solutions and Data Science and Analytics, which includes advances in artificial intelligence, machine learning, computer analysis, cybersecurity, operations management, and other innovative areas that will set the stage for a whole new digital economy. Future Cities or Urban Sustainable Solutions that integrates technological advances to enhance Singapore's urban living and working environment. For example, urban design, personal mobility, water treatment, and unmanned surveillance. We had many outstanding submissions, and our panel of judges had a very tough time reaching a decision. Before we go on, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our amazing sponsors for making this event possible. And now, with great pleasure, I present to you our winners. This year, we received a large number of submissions for the research competition. For your viewing pleasure, we have shortlisted the top 28 posters. To view the shortlisted posters, kindly refer to the First Industry Workshop website. They will be posted momentarily. The website can be accessed at www.sutd.edu.sg/first. Throughout the day, we've been thanking our generous sponsors for their contributions towards the First Industry Workshop 2020. We have an innovative feature here on the webinar where you can request for a meeting with our sponsors easily. Just click on the Sponsors tab in our webinar menu to find out more about them, and then you also request for a meeting. In this section, I'd like to acknowledge and highlight the various research centers, pillars, and clusters in SUTD. As a research-intensive university, SUTD will ensure that its research is relevant to and has an impact on lives and society. Ideas and concepts will be developed and translated into products, enterprises, or policies, which will have concrete benefits for Singapore and Singaporeans, such as the creation of new jobs, improving Singapore's position in the global knowledge economy, or informing national policy making. These efforts will in turn build a multidisciplinary research community with an open and collaborative culture that will also advance knowledge in technology and design. By clicking on the links in the First Industry Workshop website, you'll have an overview of SUTD's research centers, pillars and clusters, and their research capabilities. Once again, a huge shout out to each and every one of our generous and supportive sponsors. Our deepest appreciation for their ongoing support for the First Industry Workshop 2020. On behalf of the First Industry Workshop Organising Committee, I'd like to extend our deepest gratitude for your participation in making this event a success. It has been an interesting day filled with visions for innovation and collaborations for the future. My name is Julian, and it's been a pleasure to host you for the First Industry Workshop 2020.